Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is time. This is the finale of Monster of the Week. And we are very excited to see what happens as we are starting tonight, the late night before the dance of the winter. And we are going to move and see precisely what types of things will occur as we finish this first 13 episode arc of the School of Help and Aid. We shall see what occurs at another time. But today we follow Katie, Portia, and Ace as they finish up some things, decide what precisely they would like to do. So, and hopefully save the school and the world from destruction. Some things that they are aware of is the strange kidnapping and trading that has begun to occur, as well as the importance of a queen being crowned and how that might, the desire of the queen for the next season is an important thing as well. And there seems to be forces that want to disrupt these rituals, attempting to unleash something that dwells deep within the island. And it is within all of these threads that we will pick up today. So, as we find ourselves seeing this wintry iced island, it is overrun now with large stalagmites of frost coming up. And in between each one, there almost seems to be rows of ice that have connected, and then stalactite of icicles come down, forming this eerie, beautiful, and treacherous area around the school. We see Katie with her interest gun, gorging herself on all types of food as they finish a dinner. Ace has parted ways with a quick goodnight kiss from his date, Tara, as they both very brokenly have made their ways back into their rooms to rest for the night. And Terrence and Ellie pack up their things, get to their own sleep. Seemingly everyone is finished for the night after a day of discovery and danger, where Ace himself almost was made into a tree forever. And it is within that we go past this shield maiden and simply see Portia sitting at the round table, center of rows of books, charts, many notes spread across the table. Center of the table lies the rotary phone, the only good way to get communication off of the island. Portia, what would you like to do?
She's going to try to tune in with the tree dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Make your roll.
Nine.
Yeah.
So So I get 1. And she wants to know where the creature is right now.
You fiddle with a seed, a pine cone, as you use it to try to get an idea of this person. And you see them in trees nearby the dormitories, looking in on couples who have snuck back together, others, females who've gone alone, and making notes, almost like selecting, deciding what they might do should the promise that has been made to them not come to fruition. And then move to their dorms or follow through the trees the men who came from these rooms. And on wind and bird whisper promises. Things like, I might.
I think you might have cut out. I didn't hear all of that.
What was the final thing you heard?
I
might call upon you.
Oh, okay. She's going to stand up and she's going to go to this creature.
Okay. I mean, they appear before you. Busy enough. Yes. What do you want of me?
I have a better deal for you.
And what would that be?
This whole dance has to go off without a hitch. If you can wait until after this dance, nothing happens. While this dance is happening, I will go with you willingly.
This, unfortunately, is not acceptable to me. However, if this is what you want, to guarantee this, then you will marry the Mole King at the dance. You will marry the Winter Queen.
As long as nothing happens to delay or destroy this dance, I will do as you say.
You have my word that I will do everything I can to make this perfect for you. The school and the king. It will go as it is meant to.
And you have my word that I will marry this king at the winter dance.
And they put forth this rotting hand of... It's almost as though it's bark and there are several fingers that have been attached to it.
She'll shake.
Squishes, leaving a residue. Stinking mass. It nods. And turns. Walks into a tree.
She'll go back to her dorm and try to get the stink off her hand and go to bed.
All right. In that case, back over to Katie. Would you like to make your roll for your date?
I actually have a question because I want to make sure the mechanics of that scene played out correctly. The last session we had, the tree man is actually an ally of Katie.
Yes.
And he did make a deal with Katie.
He did make a deal with Katie.
Okay, so he's going back on his deal with Katie.
It all depends on what you can prove. I just want
to make sure the mechanics of the game are followed. That's the only reason I brought it up.
Right. He's an ally of Katie, but Katie, right, but someone is offering themselves to him. In other words, yes. I believe so. His idea was this, and so he is making something else.
Okay.
Yep. And so your question on that. So your date, sorry. The roll over your date.
Right. That is an 8.
8. Okay, so I think that is a hold one. Yep. So that is up to you how you'd like to use that. Are you going to use it later or now?
I'll use it later.
Okay. Got it. Very good. All right. So, and then real quick, is there anything that you feel like that should play out differently? I want to make sure that we're just good on what happened.
I guess I was just wanting a clarification of what the rules of allyship meant in Monster of the Week, because the way it was described last week was that as long as she doesn't do anything against his main goal, that he would follow along with her as her friend and ally.
Correct. So what I would say is this person doesn't view this as going against Katie.
Even though Katie did make the deal with him saying that she would bring him the offering. Okay.
This is someone hedging their bets a little bit. In other words, the deal is good and there's just two things that are going on, basically. What he is not doing is kidnapping anybody. What he is not doing is grabbing people in his mind. But someone said, I will do this, and came to him and was like, okay. Right? So he's followed his thing. He hasn't been hunting, he hasn't been doing any of these things. He was hedging. He was doing something to say, in case this woman doesn't do her thing, then this is what I'm going to do for the full thing. And during that process, someone said, well, I want to make a deal with you, essentially. And so he's not doing anything to Portia. He's not kidnapping her or anything else from his point of view. He's actually, at this point, trying to set up someone else to come. So he's not moving against Portia.
Fair enough. That's why I wanted the clarification on the mechanics, because I just had a different interpretation. But okay. I'm cool with that.
Are we cool? Okay, as long as we're good. That's like I think the biggest I'm interested in. I would say with that, like if you reached out, he'd probably say precisely what he's doing. and do
Oh,
that.
I don't think she'd have any reason to reach out. She still is assuming that her original plan's going through.
Okay, very cool. Perfect. In that case, I'll get my brain back in story a little bit. The morning here starts off quite amazing as fireworks mark the day here, explosions in the sky. And as all of you awake and look out your windows, or if you take a moment and look, you'd see that upon the coastline in the nearby town that there's a massive bonfire that has been lit, as well as several other bonfires, and the music and celebrations there echo across the lake and can be heard upon the island itself. And one thing we haven't quite determined, however, so Portia in all this was elected the Winter King. Therefore, Portia got to pick the band that's playing, that's being flown in by helicopter.
Okay, I'm gonna go with a not very well known band that she's heard at several Renaissance festivals and Viking festivals called The Crack.
The Crack. Very good. Yes. So, the perfect one to bring to a party, the one named after it. So, The Crack is mighty getting ready to perform as the helicopter pushes a lot of the snow but leaves the ice untouched as it lands. And there are for this night there's the band and food, all types of refreshments and foods and drinks brought in and flown in, and it is becoming mighty and amazing as things are being cleaned out in preparation for this amazing night. And all this between the fireworks celebration, the kids having all types of fun, and wakes you up. And how does the morning find all of you?
Alright, I'm going to go first. So I think the morning would find Ace, he would have already been up for a little while doing push-ups while reading just about monsters in general.
Okay. Ready to go. 80?
Give me a minute.
Okay. All right. And Portia said BRB. So I'm going to kind of continue as we move through this then, as with everything that is moving here. The grounds, the students here are beginning to go more of an unofficial ritual where they travel through the amazing area that is set out for them, especially within the icicles and everything. And most just assuming that in the night, people came out with water or shaping tools or whatever these types of people who do this type of work use, and create a beautiful thing. And I think Portia, at your door, you hear a knock as you hear Ellie's voice. Portia, wake up!
She crawls out of bed, goes to the door, opens the door. Like, her clothes are disheveled, her hair is like in a million different directions, and she's got like bags and dark circles under her eyes, and she's like, what?
Come on. You're the queen. Let's go.
Where are we going?
I gotta go. We're gonna go for a walk.
Okay, let me get dressed. Come in.
All right. And Katie, are you there or would you be elsewhere?
She's probably elsewhere.
Okay.
And then Portia would get dressed and then go with Ellie.
Okay. Then you begin moving around and depending what everybody wants to do. So you do have, this is the time before the dance, kind of the daytime, and then there is kind of the getting ready phase and then the dance. So what would you all like to do?
I think at some point we're all going to get together so we can all discuss what Portia found out. Jackie will be back in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, and Ace, considering he slumped on his duties last night, was going to go ahead and he had already agreed to go back to the clubhouse in the morning to do research.
All right. Well, I think you want to do this meet up, it sounds like. So let's just do this. Let's just officially take 5 minutes here.
Okay.
Because I feel like we need to be together. Like it's not going to work.
Oh yeah.
At this part in the story. So
Well, I mean, if I guess while we're waiting for Katie to be back, I guess Portia would have kind of like a little first and last date with Ellie, I guess.
okay. This is this. Yeah. So you walk out among these sculptures, well, these formations of ice, and as you move, you see the many are in the shape of a wolf, and each wolf looks unique from each one. There's the fangs and such things, and you even see as Ellie holds your hand, there is like this energy about her, almost like it's almost as if like your hair stand on end as you touch her. She smiles at you, and it's nice to have some time before everything. A break in the insanity.
Yeah. It's kind of nice. I don't know, it's like a winter getaway, just the peace. It's nice having somebody to spend that with.
She smiles. They know we met quite the interesting way.
It happens. I mean, you've got a good thing going for you, Ellie.
What do you mean?
You're powerful.
No. I don't think so. I just know some things, and
Knowledge is power.
it's true. I don't care about any of that. I just want things to keep moving. And what we've been able to read here, this whole island, or part or descended from something that has kept things at bay for centuries.
Yeah. It's almost overwhelming.
I did find something out.
What's that?
A bit on why, I guess. It was kept by others before our people, or whatever people came here, came. There's a history of bloodshed. One people conquering the other, and therefore inheriting the responsibility.
Isn't that how human race evolved? Bloodshed, taking control of one person or one tribe after another, inheriting the lands, inheriting the responsibility. It's an unfortunate truth, but it's human nature. And she'll touch one of the wolf-looking like ice sculpt statues things.
Mm-hmm.
Think we should name him?
Maybe. As you do that, you hear a voice behind you. Gunov. His name is
Lord-
Gunov.
Gudolf.
Gunov.
Gudolf. She'll turn and look.
And there's Gun standing there.
Gun? Where's Katie?
I don't know. We had a marvelous dinner last night, and I escorted her somewhere. She has yet to tell me where I escorted. But maybe she went to the bathroom just now, or maybe I haven't seen her since. We'll see in a moment. But yes.
I'm glad you
Oh,
guys
okay.
had a good date.
So Katie, you're here. Or so Jackie, you're here. I should say, and back. I would say, where did Gun leave Katie?
Probably the room.
Okay, we'll go back to him. Last I saw, I gave her to her room. Back to all of you. So I guess where is Katie?
I guess you brought her back to the room after Ellie and I left. Good night.
A very good night.
Good to know.
That was marvelous indeed. And he smiles and makes his way elsewhere.
You guys kind of weird. But I think he's perfect for Katie. Should we go get her? Ellie, are you listening?
Yes. Sounds perfect. Let's go.
All right. I'd turn around, see her checking out Gun as he was leaving.
No.
All right, we'll head back to get Katie.
Okay. All right. So, how do they find Katie?
Probably asleep. What time is it?
It's roughly 10 a.m.
Oh, okay. She's awake. So yeah, she's probably was waking up and probably making her bed and just kind of getting the room nice and tidy.
Nice. The 3 hours that apparently she's been in there. Very good. And so you and Ellie find her.
Hi, Katie.
Oh, hey.
How was your night?
My night?
Yeah. You weren't here when I woke up.
Oh, I thought I was.
So she's doing this because we asked you. You said Katie's elsewhere.
Oh, okay. I wasn't really paying attention.
I know.
have no
It's
idea what's
fine.
going on.
Whatever you'd like to have happened, Jackie, just tell us. We're good.
I just assumed she woke up, but if I
Oh, that's fine.
We're fine. We're fine.
Oh, that's fine.
We're just having fun.
Yeah. Well, you were just really hard to wake up whenever Ellie came in. I'm surprised you didn't wake up when she knocked on the door.
Well, I mean, I'm just kind of getting used to sleep.
It's nice, isn't it?
I mean, it's weird, mostly.
Have you
It's
had a
like
dream yet?
just- I don't know. What's a dream?
It's like when you see weird pictures in your mind when you sleep.
Definitely not. But there was someone else living here.
What?
My dad was here.
When?
Yesterday?
I think you might have been dreaming that. Because I don't believe I've seen your dad.
Oh. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, he was moving in.
Yeah,
It didn't
no,
make a
that
lot of
was
sense.
that is what we call a dream. It's weird. It's like a movie playing in your head that doesn't make any sense whatsoever when you're asleep. Sometimes it's in black and white. Sometimes people dream in color. Sometimes you don't even get a sense of. You don't see pictures. It's just a feeling.
He asked to borrow my hairbrush.
Yep. Has he ever asked to borrow your hairbrush?
No, I
And it
never
was-
really had a hairbrush.
Then it was.
I don't even think I have a hairbrush now.
Well, you can use mine, and she'll hold up her hairbrush. It's got purple and pink strands all in it, kind of tangled up in it. You can use mine.
Oh,
Oh, here, let me
Okay.
clean that out real quick.
how do I use it?
Like this, and she'll pull the brush through her hair. Portia will pull the brush through her own hair, and she'll start at the ends, and she'll work her way up,
Okay.
and just smooth it out.
Okay, and so she has it upside down and
Oh,
tries.
no. Turn it over. Yeah, flip it over just like that. Make sure the teeth, the tongs on it are
Uh-huh.
facing your head, going
head.
through the hair, going through the hair.
Okay, and so she like really quickly like just connects the hairbrush to her head, like, and she just like has this grimace on her face, like, ow.
Oh, okay. Hand me the brush. Give me the brush.
Okay.
Sit down on the floor. I'll sit behind you on the bed, and Portia will just start brushing her hair for her.
How often do I have to do this?
Sometimes twice a day.
Twice a day.
Yep. When you wake up and before you go to bed, sometimes even 3 times a day. Sometimes when you wake up, sometimes after you've been outside, it's been super windy and your hair gets all tangled. And I mean, after you sleep, after you do anything that involves your hair getting matted.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ow.
So sorry. Just a little bit more gently on that.
So where have you been?
Ellie and I went out for a walk.
Oh, where did you walk?
Outside, they got these, like, there's these really cool, almost ice sculptures of wolves outside.
Really?
Yeah.
They're not melting?
No, it's not cold. It's not hot enough outside for them to be melting.
Oh. Well, that's right. It's winter.
Yeah.
It feels like summer for some reason.
Well, it's warm in here because we have the heater on.
Wait, there's a heater?
Yes.
When did we get electricity? What's going on?
It's a gas heater.
Oh.
I'm guessing.
Well, electricity is it not here? There's electricity.
Yeah.
There's just not electronics. There's a difference there.
Oh.
Gotcha. No, it's
I was thinking we had a fireplace or something.
we probably still
You
we
probably would have a
do.
fireplace. Yeah, I think you do.
I just don't think Portia knows how to make a fire, so she wouldn't even think about the fireplace.
If you had a fireplace, they would have trained you how to use the fireplace. There would have been at some point in the winter. They'd be like, "Hey, everybody,
I think
here's how
Katie
not
would.
to die in your room."
I think Katie would have been in charge of that because
Okay.
Portia would have been like, "What?" And they're like, "Portia would start a fire." Katie.
And real quick on the ally stuff, I just want to go because especially because people watch this. The way we should have done that now that I'm looking at it is since you made the ally, you should have I should have had you chose a tag for them or motivation. I had given them the motivation of subordinate,
Okay.
which is follow exact instructions.
Okay.
Which means to not abduct any women for the Mo King. Was the way that was sort of going, just sort of kind of going on that.
Okay.
No, you and I should have worked together on that before, right? So I'm going to totally say that as far as what tag and kind of just been on the same page when that happened versus now.
I think that the other thing I was confused about was the number of charisma checks I'd had to make just to get him to agree to anything, because I think it was 2 or 3 before I got him.
Other manipulate to do
because I was rolling like 12 pluses on.
Correct. Yeah, where you made them an ally, and the ally. So there's 6 ways an ally that an ally gets chosen on that. Like I get 6 different things that they can possibly have, and then they just live up to one of them.
Okay.
The one that we choose for them, right? And so because the deal that was, so because you were making a deal, subordinate follow the exact things of the deal made sense to me. But again, we should have worked on that. And if you felt that we should have had 2 because of those checks, maybe we should have done that. So that being said, it's subordinate, lieutenant, friend, bodyguard, confidant, and backup.
Gotcha.
Are the 6 motivations, essentially. Subordinate is exact instructions. Lieutenant is to execute the spirit of your instructions. So there would be over other people making sure this happened. A friend is to provide emotional support. A bodyguard is to intercept danger, which is a little bit what they have with Portia by the nature of the deal. Confidant to give you advice and perspective, and backup to stand with you.
Right.
So those when it's an ally, they're an ally in one of those 6 areas according to the game.
Okay.
I mean, if I need to roll charm for that, I can.
I mean, I'm good with us continuing.
Okay.
Cool. I just wanted to say I just for the sake of so we just knew the game. I was like, hey, this is usually how, and I think basic conversation happened when it was like, ally, which one of these are do you think applies, and we would agree on it.
That makes sense.
The way it should have gone. Apologize for that. But continue.
Oh, have you ever had food? Of course you have.
My whole life, yes.
Well, it was amazing.
Oh yeah, what did
Gunn made all of this stuff. It was so good.
Did you have coffee?
No, but I did have coconut water.
You had coconut water. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm not a big fan of coconut water, so I'm sure it was great for you, but you need to try coffee.
Where do I find coffee?
Here, I'll bring you. Let's get dressed so we can go get some. What did we call our Starbucks? What's our Starbucks in this school?
Wizards of the Roast.
Oh my god. They got a planeswalker on the team. Darn it, let's do it. Wizards of the Roast.
Wizards of the Roast, yes.
They hired a planeswalker.
I love it. Okay. Yeah, it's called Wizards of the Roast.
Mhm.
They have great coffee, but my favorite is actually their chai tea.
Oh. Well, I'll just have whatever, because I don't know anything about it. So why don't you order something for me?
Okay. Yeah, get dressed. We'll head down.
All right. So she puts on one of her uniforms because she still hasn't been shopping.
Oh, that's right. We've got to go shopping for you, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, the only other things I own, I have a figure skating uniform and
Oh.
I have my dress for tonight,
Yeah.
and that's it.
Okay. Well, then we need to go shopping after we hit up Wizards of the Roast. I'm looking for something. Hold on.
You think Ace will meet us there?
Yeah, hopefully. I can't
Okay.
find it.
I think that makes sense.
I don't.
Because you guys need to get together here, so
Yeah.
let's move to that. I think Katie, right before that, as you're moving down, you see a line of blackbirds sitting upon these strings of or these icy strings of icicles, and they lead all the way to the woods where you see Alexander Streetfellow standing and kind of gestures to you to approach, and then a finger to his lips to indicate secrecy.
Is this the guy that gave me the ring?
This is the tree guy.
Oh, this is the tree guy. Okay. Okay. Right. All right. Does anybody else see him?
No.
Okay. Hey, guys. Or whoever I'm with.
Yeah.
Okay. Remember I said I spoke to and then I just remember he had his lip or his fingers to his lips, so I'm gonna walk right down there for a second because Gunn said maybe he'd meet me at the tree line this morning. But I don't know if he actually meant that or if it was like a joke, but I'll still be within view. I just want to go see if he's there.
All right, I'll order you some of their. It's called Eladrin in Autumn. It's really good. It's a pumpkin spice latte.
Oh,
Yeah. Apparently, it's the bestest kind around.
well, I'm sure there's one that's bestest, even bestest. But I'll take your word for it.
All right.
Amazing. Yeah. And as you get close, just within and out of sight, he says, "Greetings. I wanted to inform you of something.
I know.
But there's an additional deal that has been made with me. That does not contradict our current one, but I could have gotten into much trouble should I have not brought it to the Mole King's attention. But I feel I should at least tell you.
Okay. Another deal to help you become free?
Yes.
It doesn't involve, like, taking any other girls to the Mole King, does it?
No,
Good. Okay.
not at all. In fact, the Mole King has been invited to your dance through this
What?
one.
I'm sorry, what?
The Mole King has been invited to your dance through this fun.
The Mole King has been invited to the dance
Indeed.
through someone has invited the Mole King to the dance
To Marion.
to marry him.
Yes.
Like someone from the school?
I believe a friend of yours, Portia.
Well, that can't be right.
Doubt me if you want.
No, I'm just a little shocked. I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. But I wanted to let you know.
Okay. So time is. I have to work a little faster. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know.
I have given the message to the Mole King. What I am telling you is, if you wish to avoid this for your friend, it's him you'll have to deal with.
I will.
What is with him, the deal has ultimately been made.
I'll deal with it then through him.
It's up to you. But he'll be arriving, I'm sure.
What time?
I'm not that close to him, unfortunately.
Okay.
If I get wind of this, the best I can probably do is give you a few minutes notification.
Could you at least,
Maybe minutes? I don't know.
could you tell me what he looks like?
I have no idea what form you will wear.
Okay.
I mean, what he really looks like is quite terrifying. But I don't think he'll show up like that.
And he's already accepted?
Mm.
And would he accept me instead?
His word is law, literally.
Okay.
Reality bends when he speaks.
Okay.
If he said he is going to go to this to merely... And he pauses for a second. He agreed to marry the Winter Queen.
I see.
That's... Yes. That is
Okay.
all. And he nods and... Will she have anything else for him?
No. So when he turns away, I'm gonna just kind of say to myself, "Gun, I really could use you right now."
I mean, you know, Gunn is probably eating coffee, so let's go. Because Gunn is not like a spirit, but I do think. What would you like to happen? Would you like Gunn to come up in this moment, or do you want to go to the cafeteria and have a private moment?
Or maybe walk to the cafeteria with him.
Okay, perfect. I think you find him moving with some friends, and you're able to chase him down. And he goes, "Oh, of course, I'll escort you." Oh, sorry, his voice is deeper. Of course, I will escort you.
Yes, Gun. Okay, listen. The Mole King. He's coming tonight.
Are you taking him instead of me?
No. He's coming for, I think, Portia, but not technically Portia. He's coming for the Winter Queen.
His face, it's a little stark. That is complicated.
Right. Have they named Portia the Winter Queen?
The crowning ceremony occurs at the start of the dance.
There's gotta be
She's
a way.
been elected.
I know,
She's been chosen. She's retrieved the flower and placed it within the crown.
but she hasn't been crowned.
No.
If there's a way we could disrupt the ceremony, then maybe there is no Winter Queen.
I believe all of you discovered together that's a very bad thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Katie doesn't care.
Okay, but Katie knows. If Katie doesn't care, that's fine.
Yeah.
But Katie knows. That's the only thing that matters here. Gun's face at this. He's holding your hand. He lets go. Then you're on your own. And he leaves. Angry. He stops. There must be a queen. He's breathing heavy. There has to be one.
Okay.
If you don't care about that.
No, I do care. I do. I'm sorry. I just found out all of this minutes ago, and I'm worried about my friend. That's all.
And then he breathes. And he takes your hand again if you let him.
Sure.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
That is one of the most important things that I'm here to make. I'm a guardian.
Okay. Okay, in that case, I think it's time our entire group had a conversation.
Mm-hmm. I think we can go and meet here.
So yeah, she goes to meet up for coffee.
Yeah. So be clear, you can do whatever you want. You would just be straining the relationship with Gun. All right. In that case, you come to the beautiful set within the cafe with the roast coffee in the corner, and people are drinking as a harpist has been brought up by the helicopter and glued, given the atmosphere of music, since Portia wanted a Celtic band and all these things. So it's been very traditional, and people have kind of made fun at first because usually it's very modern. Like the whole idea is one night we get to like pretend that the world exists, but the change in theme, some are actually having a lot of fun with.
The crack is a more modern Celtic with kind of rocky.
Yeah, they're probably going to be that way tonight, but right
Yeah.
now they're going to kind of playing into this a little bit
Yeah, that works.
when they have their big speakers. I figured.
Oh, Katie here. She'll hand her pumpkin spice coffee.
Okay. And she takes a sip of it. You know what would be great on this? Rainbow sprinkles.
You know what? You're probably right. Hey, do we have any rainbow sprinkles around here?
There definitely are.
There you
got
go.
it.
put some on. That is a little better.
There you go. Ace.
Oh, you guys finally decide to wake up?
We've been awake. It's not our fault that you're just going and going and going from the butt crack of dawn.
Hey, 6 o'clock isn't dawn in the winter time, okay?
No, it's the butt crack of dawn.
I had to brush my hair, Ace. I have to do that like 3 times a day now.
You do?
Apparently.
Well, when you have long hair, it gets tangled easily. That's why I keep my hair like this. And her little space bugs.
I guess guys are lucky that way.
Yeah,
As
you
he
guys
flips
have...
through his book some more.
I don't know. Gun, how often do you brush your hair?
I prefer all natural.
Oh, so it's all matted and... Ooh. Okay.
Kind of waves his golden hair, and it's like perfect and bouncy and amazing.
You suck.
It's
Just
beautiful.
so you know. Yeah, you suck. Just so you know. I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay.
So now that we're all together, Portia?
Yeah.
Is there something you'd like to tell us?
I can't wait for the dance tonight.
Uh-huh. Any interesting people coming tonight?
Oh, the crack's gonna be here. They're super amazing.
Okay. Y'all excuse me for 1 minute. She gets up, takes Portia by the arm.
Ah!
Come here.
Yeah. What's up?
Why didn't you tell me?
Tell you.
You're going to marry the Mole King?
Oh. Yeah.
You can't marry the Mole King.
Katie, I can't force some other girl to go and be this Mole King's bride. I
No,
can't with my conscience. I've got to do this.
We don't have to force anyone at all.
Well, you're right, and I'm not forcing anyone. I'm doing this of my own volition.
And I respect that, but here's the thing. All we really need to do is find a way for Alexander to become free. Now, the problem is, if you are the Winter Queen and the Mole King marries you, I think it's going to have devastating results, like epic bad things. It's the title that the Mole King is interested in. I found out through Alexander, the way he's worded this is he wants to marry the Winter Queen, regardless of who it is. I think he wants to marry you because it's going to give him access to something. We can't let this happen, Portia.
If we can find a way for this not to happen, then I'm all for it.
Okay.
But this is my choice. And if I have to, I will.
And again, totally respect that. But if you're the Winter Queen, aren't you worried about the power that could give this guy?
This guy is already stupid powerful as it is. His
Exactly.
word is law.
What if he becomes even more powerful?
How can you become more powerful than my word is law?
Well, right now he's having to operate through Alexander.
I think that's just because Alexander owes him a favor.
Well,
They are crazy creatures.
look, I won't tell anybody, but, well, I already told Gunn, but I won't tell anybody else. But we have got to find another way.
If we can find another way, I spent a lot of time last night researching. I couldn't find any other way.
Okay. Then I'll research. I'll skip the dance.
No, you cannot skip the
Yes,
dance.
I can
No,
skip the
you
dance.
cannot.
I can.
No, you cannot.
Yes, I can.
How? Why?
Because your life is on the line.
Just as a reminder, the way this was worded was that this would likely occur at the beginning of the dance.
No, at
Crap.
the end of the dance.
All right, crown at the beginning. Crown at the beginning.
The
Right.
wedding is
There's
at the
the
very end.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's go back to the table so we can talk
Yeah.
to everybody. But yeah,
Let Ace play the game.
yes,
All
exactly.
right.
We're back,
Hi.
Ace. I
Hi,
just had to
Ace.
brush my hair again.
I had to show her how to again.
Okay. What do I not know? Is it more lady stuff or is it actually important stuff?
I mean, she'll reach into her purse or her pocket and she'll pull out a wrapped tampon. I mean, if you want one too.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
All right. So, we still got to do a little bit of research before the dance starts.
Yes. So we've got how many people here? We've got us. We've got Trevor. We've got
Ellie.
Ellie. I thought Ellie was here.
Ellie's right here. Yeah.
Yeah. So I meant like all of us and our dates here.
Oh.
And then we have Trevor. And okay, there's got to be other access to other information other than what we've been looking at, right? There's got to be. Maybe the lady in the cabin.
Think she might have information.
It's possible.
Have you seen her lately?
Yeah, I go out there a lot to help her out.
Okay.
Portia, did you try that mystic library thing you set up a few weeks? A little while ago?
No, I forgot all about that. Ellie has been in charge of that.
Yes, but Ellie doesn't make moves. You do.
Yeah. Okay. Here's.
But you
the
can
thing.
ask Ellie, like, "Oh, do you?" Yeah, but I mean,
I try to make moves. That's what I do. Because yeah, I mean, we could look in the Mystic Library.
Good. Maybe the Yellownecks can help too.
How?
They have access to. They know people, and those people might know things.
Well, you're
you know, the Yellownecks have access to the school book,
Oh, okay.
an English translation of it. That's like very good. That's one thing that you refused in one session.
Okay.
Well, you're a
But they have
Yellowneck
access to
now.
it.
Yeah, I'm kind of with them now.
Yeah. Why don't you check out that book? That's supposed to have a lot of like super good information. Ellie and I can do the Mystic Library. Ace, you want to help? Who do you want to help? Do you want to help Katie? Me? Do you have any ideas? What's up?
Well, I kind of was hoping to hit the books on possibly how to kill whoever needs killed tonight and figure out what we're dealing with. Oh, by the way, last night, what all information did you find out? I mean, I know you guys were looking about the Mole Keen. I mean, did you find anything out?
The only thing that can stop Katie's tree friend is for him to break a promise. That's the only way, and we have to have proof that the promise was broken, that the deal was broken.
And also, did you ever find out why whenever this tree thing returns people, they're blinded?
Well, his name is Alexander.
Okay. Did you ever find out why when Alexander returns people from the Mole King, they're blinded?
It's just women or girls,
Okay,
and
good.
the the Mole King marries these girls and takes their eyes and wears them as a cloak.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
we
insane.
we have got to do anything we can to make sure no marriages happen, right? So,
Wait. What marriage?
well, he's trying to marry people.
But
So
I
he's
thought
obviously
I
like
thought
he,
you said we had agreed so that as long as Alexander's able to get away from him, no more marriages would happen, right?
well, yeah, but we don't know what this Mole King is capable of.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, we've got to find a way to free Alexander,
Mhm.
because if we can free Alexander, and you say the only way to do it is if the Mole King breaks a promise.
The way that Alexander can be freed is if he breaks a deal or a promise, we have proof of it, and we send him away.
Where do we send him?
Somewhere far away, and he can never return.
Oh,
Well, would killing the Mole King work too? Well, but then again, he's not.
out of
Well, I don't know. Where does the Mole King live? Maybe we can go there, possibly, and kill him.
I don't think we have time to go there and kill him. The dance starts tonight.
and out of curiosity, did it sound like Alexander knew that, or because it sounded like he was under the belief that if he did something for the Mole King would set him free.
Alexander knew what? Sorry.
That the only way he can become free is if he breaks a promise.
Right. It sounded like basically Alexander is somehow, you got the idea that he was trapped by the Mo King, and he's trying to buy his freedom by providing brides.
And so but it sounds like, based on the research, that he wouldn't be able to buy his freedom, which means the Mole King might be lying to him. Is that correct?
Mo King can change his word potentially. It just depends.
Okay.
So the Mo King could say, "You may not leave," and then he could say, "You may now leave." Right. So it just is
okay. So just so I'm clear, then the way he can become free is only if the Mole King says you're free, or if he breaks the promise. Based on our research, I guess.
Based on your research, that is the only way you've discovered.
Okay. So, unless we can get the Mole King to say the words, "You're free," which maybe I can convince him to do.
But we would also need the Mole King to be around the Mole King to do that, right?
Sounds like you all might need to do some research first.
Yes.
So
definitely.
because I think talking about this, you might just like, oh wait, we can't do this thing we spent 20 minutes talking about. So why potentially? So why don't you decide how, if your idea is to get information during this time, what are you gonna do to get information?
All right. Well, I know Katie will go to the book for the Yellow Necks. That's what she'll do.
Okay, perfect. And then, I think we could just do that. So the idea is going to split off. Each of you are going to pursue something. You may take anybody you wish with you for the most part. But so it's up to you. Do you want to take Tara with you because she's Yellowneck too? You don't have to.
I don't think Katie would need to, because she already has the connection. So that way I could free her up for use in another scenario.
Perfect.
What I did want to say to the group, though, is I think the Guardian's cabin is a resource we can use based on the way things went past. If anybody wants to use it, we don't have to, but it is still there with possibly books there. Who knows? So yeah, that's what Katie will do. She'll go to the book, and if there's an NPC who wants to join her, that is a-okay.
Okay. So you going on this Erlen, one of the Yelenex is talking to you, I think, as you kind of go to where they're, it's not a sorority or anything like that, so but it is like they do have a room, like their own room with resources, a little bit like the investigation club. It's just not magical and that type of stuff. But she comes and you just find her kind of there. Oh, Katie, you finally made your way up here. Fantastic. I would usually show you around, but I kind of have to go. Feel free to chill. There's drinks in the fridge of all types. There's some food over there, and anything you could want to read.
Great, thanks. So she's still holding on to the pumpkin spice and kind of just sipping it.
Ooh, nice. And just is there anything else she'd want to ask before Aelin goes?
Are there any other books other than, the book that would have school information?
Oh, you're right. We do have the rules. Those, looking to get away with something. That's the best thing. You'd be so. It is amazing how by the law the school is. You just have to find loopholes in it, and the administration does just whatever you want them to do. It's so awesome. But
I'm just trying to, impress Gunn. So.
I'm sure you're quite impressive. Okay. Any other book? Yeah, I mean, we've got a lot of things. I mean, a lot of stuff we have is just what different people brought here. What are you looking for?
Oh God, how would this be worded?
Yeah. So I think right now is a great time to do investigate a mystery.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to regretfully spend a luck point.
Okay. So you get a 12. All right.
Yep. And I'm going to mark off my relationship.
Okay, so then what are you seeking?
Oh, right. There's questions, aren't there?
There are.
I so rarely do this roll because she's so bad at it.
Yeah, and I'll give you as much as bad situation you can kind of go through here, because I think it's but yeah, there's what happened here, what sort of creature is it, what can it do, what can hurt it, where did it go, what was it going to do, what is being concealed.
Okay. I'm not sure which one fits, but she's trying to get information about I don't even know how to word this. I don't think she's looking for what hurts it, because she knows Ace is looking for that already. And she's not looking for what it is. I guess the closest thing is concealed for what she's looking for.
Yeah. Well, we'll tell you here, because I just realized we go back to the mystery actually, but Sorry. You can choose to do. You can actually mix it, but because you have access to the book here, you can do. Are there any rules that are in danger of being broken? You can also do. Is there a way I can use the rules to benefit me?
Okay.
If you want.
Yeah. Are those? You said there was another one.
Yeah, and the other one is essentially it's more like what's the rule, like what can I use, what, yeah, just words where I can apply, because I'm trying to search as I'm remembering. Oh, and then essentially the idea is that you get handed over. The other option is to take a +1 ongoing. Actually, sorry, is a +2 forward on something, and you would just simply say you found it in the rules. Basically, would give you kind of a go-to to grab a +2 at some point.
All right. I think what she'll do is she'll see if there's something in the rules that would help her.
Okay, awesome. And the thing on the top of her mind to help her with what?
Well, she is trying to find a way so that her friend doesn't lose her eyes and become a zombie bride, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. What you find out is that within the rules of the dance, specifically, that you may only have one date that comes to the, so if you're with somebody coming to the dance, technically you can only be with one other person there, and this was usually a pair off. And the way usually expressed in the school is people do always come with someone, like even if it's just as friends or whatever, but they do, and they tend to stay with that person and those types of things, even though they might go in between. How there is this funny thing in there that talks about a contest or challenge should two people be invited by the same person to determine their eligibility of being there.
Okay. That'll work.
Okay, so that's one. You got a whole 2 on your roll.
Oh, I did? Oh, that's right. I got a 12.
You got 12, yeah.
Oh, crap. The other thing you said, there was something else about the rules, right? The other option with the rule book.
Are we in danger of breaking any?
Oh, okay.
Or you could do any of the other ones you had. So I'm just getting some. You have the library, so it's going to help you out here.
All right. I think, because if I take a +2 forward, I can't add that onto something I already have a +3 on, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So
you can only have a +3 on any given roll.
All right. So in that case, I'll see if we're in danger of breaking any rules. That might be important.
Mm-hmm. With that, reading through, and I think she stays with you, goes, oh, let's go through this. Oh my gosh, I've never really looked at this stuff with the dance. And starts to go, that means, as she talks with you, she's like, look, we could get 2 boys to fight over us if we really wanted to, or 2 girls, or 2 anybody, really. That would be really funny. We could stage fights and the school can't even do anything about it. That's fun. And they're not great people. This was established early. And as she as you look through the some of the more, she's like, it's having fun looking through some of the formalities. There's an interesting thing where she goes, oh, look at this, like the queen is the queen as she holds the people's hearts. and that she goes, "Oh, that's really interesting." She goes, "Ah, well, there it goes. There was a plot, like we were gonna do it this year, but then, you know, since your Yellowneck and one of your friends was queen, we weren't really gonna do it. But we were thinking of like stealing the crowd one year and like crowning all of the Yellowneck's queens and kings. It would be really funny. But looking at this, talking about the rules, they just go, no, you're really not, because you actually have had to have like technically won the vote or have everyone for you when you're crowned a queen.
Can I ask her a question, or would that be against the rules?
We'll role play it if I think it's
Okay.
not then you.
What happens if there is a technical tie?
I think it's within the same thing here. As she goes, oh, goes, da-da-da. She goes, oh, it says something about they have to go hunt for a great beast.
All of the tiebreakers would have to go hunt for a great beast?
To determine who would go through. Da-da-da-da-da.
Well, I guess there's no chance of that happening, though, now that the vote's already done.
Goes, oh, trying to get maybe not as much as your friend as we thought.
Well, I mean, I just thought Gunn would really like me with a crown.
So I would think for the story then, she says, well, the vote's been cast, and we're not anything but to people who love technicalities. It's more everyone. She was the only one to vote for, really. So technically, the count has not been done.
Who counts?
That actually that occurs during the Great Feast at noon here, in a few minutes probably. And it's the headmistress. It's her sacred duty. Sacred duty. This book is worded so weird.
Yeah, I know. Well, you've been really helpful.
Oh. Well, good. I'm off to flirt with boys. Bye.
Bye. So yeah, that's what she'll do. I mean, as far as research.
Yeah, I know. Portia Race.
I guess Portia is going to go with Ellie to her mystical library. Go check out the mystical library.
That's been added to the area of the thing. So yeah. All right. So I believe you get to know essentially something lore wise and whatever. So basically, you get to ask me any question. It's kind of equivalent to the advanced move.
Shit. Okay.
Ask who makes the best pumpkin spice.
I know. How can we fix this? Is such a broad question.
It's up to you. You'd probably get broad answers, but
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I'd be trying to be, because it's a move. I'm going to be trying as helpful as I can.
Yeah.
Right.
Is there, I guess, is there any way to stop the mulking?
You can do another one. So I think, because in this, I don't want to like re-give information because I don't want you to waste anything. So I
Mhm.
think that we have discovered there's idea of the invitation,
Mhm.
right? So you know that has a potential way. Well, you're going to know that's a potential way, or like your team has discovered this. And so if you're asking a way to stop them, hmm. I think the Mo King, you pour through, and it describes the Mo King here of a being of essentially, of terrifying power.
Mhm.
They are ruler of and keeper of the direction of down. Has been known to wear a cloak of human eyes attended by giant mummies, described with shining teeth and black flesh. And he is the embodiment of the stone above and the absence of light. You would think such a creature would have to be convinced of a rightness of things. Though what's right would be very different. Because obviously he wears eyes of brides and such things. So it doesn't have the same morality, but specifically the way things ought to be done, the way things ought to be kept. Very much about laws and rules. Because he does rule the idea that down is always down.
Mhm.
In every sense of the way. And in the same way, he's a free-thinking being. So you get the idea that he probably felt wronged by Alexander in some way. And that is why he imprisoned Alexander. Alexander's somehow trying to make that up to him.
Mhm.
To hopefully right the wrong, therefore undo the proclamation. So a dealer of debts a little bit, and what is balanced and correct.
So maybe even just trying to figure out what Alexander did to wrong the Mole King.
Potentially. I would say a way to go about it would be to take care of the debt for Alexander.
Take care of the debt for Alexander. But
Somehow.
in order to do that, we got to know what Alexander did to piss off this Mole King.
Right.
Yeah.
Or undo what he did, possibly.
Yeah.
If there is an ongoing wrong that he has done, anything like that
Yeah.
potentially would make him feel like he owes you, or would redo some things.
Okay. Okay.
All right. I think then we go to Ace.
Ace would be pulling down the boxes of the books, getting all the way to the back, even like crawling over some and like pushing the ones in the front forward so that they can get to the ones in the very, very back and try and research the smoking thing. Your investigative mystery.
Okay. Go ahead and roll to your tomes.
Yeah, that's 13.
Okay. Have you taken advanced on that or no?
No.
Okay, so then you get 2.
Alright. What can hurt it?
Looking through here, the Mole King is not a creature that deals with being hurt, but possibly banned or its greatest weakness is its adherence to rules and traditions. But you could no more kill the Mole King than you could kill the direction down. Unless for some reason down no longer existed. Like universally.
Alright.
So I think what Gaze kind of gets there is this being could not show up had Portia not invited it. This being cannot act upon itself like that. That's like its limitations. And so this thing that has happened is unprecedented in a way. That they were sought out and this was made and this is occurring. The one could try to do something to put them back, but as far as like destroying a form is like probably not.
Alright. And then while reading, he's like, just something isn't making sense there. Something's not adding up because he doesn't know Portia was invited. So like Ace is in the dark on.
Yeah. So
So
I say
he's
getting
going
that
to-
you would put together something has occurred.
Yeah.
So I then you get there would be looking through this, something that's not recorded has occurred. There is something missing. There's a detail missing. There's a fact that you don't have. Otherwise, this could not be happening.
Alright. Who would all be in the bunker at this point? Would it just be Portia and
Why don't
Ellie?
Portia's in? Oh yeah, because Portia technically would because of the library. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Ellie and Tara's probably with you. You have access to her. Terrence, because the library and this are somewhat connected. So if it's easy enough to get to each other during this time.
Yeah.
Between all those things.
Still buried under books in the bunk, or not in the bunker, in the clubhouse. Ace is just gonna holler out, Portia, Tara, Ellie.
Ellie, did you hear something?
Well, I think if you want to have a conversation, I think I'd rather get everyone together for it.
Yeah.
Is there anything you want to do for your investigative mystery? You had another one.
Yeah, they're also going. He also wants to know what is being concealed here.
Okay. I see. So you're trying to have that happen.
Well,
I think we would
I just mean like anything special with the Mole King. That's why I was trying to like get a
Yeah, I
couple
feel like-
extra books before that.
You know what? I feel like you're going to get information the party has. Why don't I'll let you hold on to that one,
Okay,
I
I'll
don't
take
know.
the hold then.
and then you could see like what's being considered here now or whatever. Because I just don't want to
That's
be like,
fine.
oh, you find the same thing as this person, because that's not really
Yeah.
the way this
No.
game works. So then I think that if everyone's good with it, depending on what you all want to do, because you're getting close to the time the feast would occur, but if you want to, you can get together before then.
Yeah, I know Ace would want to get together beforehand.
Yes, if it's like before we get changed and all that, then I think we're
Yeah.
probably meeting up to compare notes anyway.
Yeah. Well, only because there was that I had said something about the midday feast. You can get there, and it'll just have occurred before that if you wanted to act on that information.
Okay.
So, yeah. So y'all meet up.
Guys, and Ace is still in the book, so I keep reading here. I'm really, really confused because everything I'm reading, there's really no good way of killing the Mole King. I mean, I know we've talked about possibly it's coming here, possibly. I mean, because that's the only way we could talk it down, which doesn't make sense, but there's so much that I'm not understanding. Someone had to break something to make something happen.
Somebody had to break something.
Yeah. So the Mole King, everything's in order, like everything's orderly. It just doesn't. You can't. So apparently, there's no way of killing this thing. But technically, it shouldn't even have power of anything, anyways. It's confusing.
Yeah, that sounds confusing.
I feel like there's something that just isn't adding up. There's like a missing puzzle piece.
Well, from what I understood with what I just researched, this Mole King is all about rules, order. Down is down, up is up. You know, traditions, rules, order, traditions. He's all about that. And Alexander did something to the Mole King, wronged him in some way, and in order to get Alexander out of this, the best way would be to fix the wrong that Alexander did. But we need to, in order to fix that, we need to know what that wrong was.
Well, I could try to ask him. I only say that if Gunn isn't here.
Well, yeah, stuff's covered with Gunn anyway. But yeah, if you don't want Gunn to be here, Gunn is one of these that just not always stick around unless so you want to necessarily be here.
Yeah, I could probably ask him.
I think that's our best bet, is to ask Alexander what he did that slighted, that the Mole King deemed to be a slight or fought him. And in order, we have to fix that slight.
But I'm confused. So we have to fix that slight, and then Alexander won't care anymore, then?
Well, Alexander said that what he wanted was freedom. And what I promised him was I'd try to find a way to get him free that didn't require any more girls. And that's what led him to releasing the girl earlier. He agreed to that. So I've been looking for something. Maybe this could technically free him if we find out, what he did.
That's probably be. If you can get out of him what he did to wrong the Mole King, and we can figure out a way to fix that before the dance. And how long is the dance? How far away is the dance?
One more set of moves away.
One more set of moves away.
Well, I mean, but then again, why are we even focusing on the Mole King? I mean, the only threat here is Alexander. I mean, if we just get rid of Alexander, we don't have to worry about it.
It's a good point, Portia.
Well, we kind of do have to worry about the Mole King because he's coming here tonight.
Why? He can't technically come here unless someone invites him.
Well, funny thing.
Ace face palms.
He might have been invited.
No, he
It-
was.
Yeah, he was. But that's actually what I wanted to talk about too, because
Katie, I thought you already had a boyfriend.
She didn't invite him.
Portia Brooks. Really?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the deal. Here's the thing.
I'm going off the deep end anyways. I'm going off the deep end. Things are getting a little crazy in my brain right now. I
can
don't
help you.
want to just, because one of the things was to give someone to the Mole King, and we had to choose that person, and I couldn't in good conscience do that, so I am giving him myself.
You realize he would take your eyes, right?
Yes.
Okay, look, we could discuss the technicalities all day, but I'm trying to focus on a solution to this problem, and
Okay.
I found some things out that might help us.
Awesome.
So, here's the thing. I was reviewing the rule book that the Yellownecks have. I mean, I guess I'm a Yellowneck too, so it's sort of my book too. Anyway, not important. So, two things. First thing, Portia, technically, you can't invite two people to the dance. And because you already have technically two guests with you, that is going to lead to an issue at the dance. You see, when you have two guests, they have to compete. I was talking to my friend at one of the Yellownecks. I don't remember her name for some reason, but she was saying how they were going to make it a prank one year, how they were going to invite a bunch of people, or actually, I don't think they said that. I think they said they just realized the rule as we were reading it, and they thought it'd be funny if they invited a bunch of people and made them fight over themselves. But that's kind of going to happen now. Ellie and the Mole King are going to have to compete for you. But silver lining, there is sort of a technicality. The votes haven't been read yet, and I have an idea.
Okay.
What if every student at the dance was the Winter Queen?
I don't think it would work that way, because in order to even be considered for the Winter Queen, you would have had to have gotten a flower.
True, that's true. However, technically, it's not until the crowning, which is after the official roll call votes.
Mhm.
When that happens, that's when the actual crowning of the Winter Queen is made. And it turns out there are stipulations and technicalities involved for tie breaks. And the reason why I thought of this was, I mean, at first I was thinking if we had 2 people tie, then they could unlock this technicality. But if it's every student, what if we all, every student in this school, banded together and took on this Mole King? He has already said he is marrying the Winter Queen. What if there is no the Winter Queen? He would break his word and we'd catch him.
Well,
But it would require every single student here, every one of us working together to do it successfully. Because I'm sorry, Portia, but you're my friend. You have helped me out when I was nothing but a robot. People used to throw me in the closets and lock me up, and you always treated me like a person. I'm not going to just sit by and watch you have your eyes ripped out and be forced into something worse than what I had to go through. I will stand in the way. He will have to kill me before he does it. If he takes you, he takes me.
By the way, I actually kind of like that idea. The part that worries me is the tiebreaker. What if they make everyone deal with the tiebreaker? But
the
going-
tiebreaker is apparently a hunt, right? So it's a hunt for a beast. There isn't a lot of information I was able to find beyond that. But
going on that same thing, you said they were going to make Winter Queens and Kings. So what happens if we name a male and instead of having a Winter Queen that he marries, there's no Winter Queen because there's a Winter King, therefore he can't marry who his word is broken to.
I would say in the thing, it is a queen that then chooses the Winter King or their fellow ruler. It is definitively of a female ritual.
Okay.
did the rules technically specify that it had to be a biologically female student?
No. I would say one of those things, identifying as female is fine.
Okay, but it does have to be someone who would identify as female.
They would have to identify. They would
Gotcha,
have to
okay.
think of themselves in this
That's
way.
what I needed to know. So
Yeah.
part of my plan would not work on that one. But I mean,
Okay, I have a question 1st
Mhm.
real quick. What this if somebody brings 2 people, invites 2 people to the dance, there has to be it doesn't specify combat or anything
Correct.
like that, correct?
no,
Correct.
no, and
Just-
the loser is kicked out.
Okay, so it just has to be something where okay.
It wasn't.
Ellie, what are you good at?
Did the rules say we would get to choose that, or is it the person who invited the 2 people chooses, or?
I would say between all of your research together, you get the idea that a being such as the Mole King would allow themselves to be challenged by the person who challenged them.
Okay.
Given their immense whatever. So it just would be like kind of a
All right.
gentlemanly sort of thing to do. As you get Ellie left.
Of course she did. Okay.
And if you think so, she probably left around the time she realized that there was a way to save you.
Fuck.
Oh no.
Fuck.
Oh no.
Where's Ellie?
I'm so sorry, Portia. Yeah, we gotta
Where's
find
Ellie?
Because you said that right in front of the girl.
Yeah. I'll help you find her. Ace, come on.
Fucking, we gotta find Ellie.
All right.
I gotta go find Alexander. We
So
don't have time to do both.
yeah, I want because so here's the thing because I'm trying to keep them. I'm the keeper, keeping the time.
Yeah.
So we definitely do need to go to break at some point, but we're gonna have to go there now. So coming back, I'd say let's do moves. So let's go if we want to try to find Ellie. If you want to talk to Alexander, if there's something you want to do, and then basically it's dance time. But with that, you can just decide the action you're trying to do.
Okay.
What you want to do, and we're kind of set that. And I would say the three would just agree however you want to, but we're just going to kind of decide on the course you're taking, and we're going to play with it in a fun way. Other question I have is: does anyone have to end at 6?
No.
My
No.
6
Not me.
EST. Alex, are you good?
Oh, yes, I'm fine. Sorry,
Okay.
I thought silent.
Okay, so
Okay,
so
sorry,
I reasonably could go
I
to
mean-
7.
Yeah.
Is everyone else able to do that?
Oh,
I
yeah.
can. I mean, I'll be right back at 8, so I'm good.
Me too.
Yeah. Alex, are you good with that or no?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, cool. This just kind of gives a thing because I do need a little bit even with
Yeah.
this, but I think I could do that just to I want to do it right. Okay, cool. So let's take our break, 15 minutes, and we'll come back.
All right.
Hey. All right. So, at this point, as we go all back, and there was a time before the dance now where the time is running out. So you have time to do some investigation and then have to show up to the dance in which all students are required to be at. And you've discovered some of your stuff, and you've just discussed possible courses of actions at the dance itself. So what would you all like to do? Is there anything else you need to decide on as a group before you do them?
Thinking back, I've been thinking and Portia has been thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Because Portia didn't promise the Winter Queen. Portia promised herself.
Correct.
But what Katie said was from Alexander, the Mole King worded it as the Winter Queen. So there seems to be two different. In other words, the deal I think Portia made with Alexander was for herself, but what the Mole King actually said was the Winter Queen.
Yeah. Which then would be breaking a deal made if they go after somebody that's not Portia.
Well, and the votes are getting ready to get counted, so prior to leaving Ace Canas, we can bring that up and then say...
Yeah. And so the big thing, and it was brought up, that there's only another person who found a flower. Oh. And finding the flower was part, like a lot of people put up for it, but only those who got the flower were allowed to potentially become one.
So if this other girl is elected Winter Queen, and the Mole King came to try and marry the Winter Queen, and the Winter Queen is not Portia, then a deal would have been broken.
Between Alexander and Portia, yes. Because I'm wondering what Alexander said to the Mole King, and that's one of the things that I think Katie would have to get information on, because it sounds like Alexander brought the concept of of the Winter Queen to the Mole King.
I'll say this: you have the information that Alexander promised, that Portia promised Alexander to marry the Mole King. Mm-hmm. Alexander promised that he had the Winter Queen for the Mole King to marry. That doesn't necessarily cut Portia out of the deal because she still has this deal with that. However, it does create this interesting thing that you can pull on.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that if Alexander delivered Portia and it's not what the Mole King wanted, it's interesting. I do know Katie wanted. She really. I know her plan was to have a massive tie because of the technicalities in the rule book. Mm-hmm. But the only person who could reasonably likely pull that off with her gone is Tara. But it kind of depends on what the group wants to do too. So it's but I think if there's not a plan in place, it
Yeah.
definitely will change what Katie tries to do at the dance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think your team coming up with a reasonable course of action. What is our whether it's plan A, plan B, or whatever, is a good thing to have now before everyone goes and pulls on threads, tries to find
Right.
Allie, all that stuff.
Yeah. Would Katie have seen anything in there? Could Portia pass the crown to the other girl?
No, what she did see is that the people have to be behind,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
right? And so that is why there's the competition in the case of the tie,
Yeah.
in order to get people behind the person to go, oh, they did this, awesome. Then we're with that. There's all these constructs to get people behind it. Right now, the people behind Portia.
Yeah. And it's going to be hard considering the ballots have already, people have already voted. Can't really change the vote now.
Or
is what I'm seeing.
But what Katie was saying was what she wanted to do was get the student body to change their votes to then switch out the ballots that are in the headmistress's office, likely under lock and key. If the student body was behind it, it means that technically the hearts of the student, or I forget how it worded, but it said the hearts of the people have to be
right
behind the concept. And if all the people change their votes, it does provide that leverage of staying within the rules while at the same time screwing over the Mole King.
Well, I thought they also would have had to have a flower too, right?
Technically, but at the
Yes.
same time, there is the crowning ceremony, in which it's weird because the rules, if I remember correctly, one of the things that Katie was researching was whether or not there was something in the rules to help, which I think was how we found out about the two people fighting.
right
Yeah.
So the second idea is that Portia could literally invite every single person to the dance.
And have a competition?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like there you go. But yeah, I think it's pretty how you want to do it. I think there's a lot of ways this can go, and they all sound amazingly fun. So
Yeah.
I think the characters.
But Katie definitely would want there to be a plan, something
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
place.
Yeah, I think before everyone goes, they would go, okay, here's what we're trying to do.
Oh, definitely.
At this point.
I don't think changing the ballots, changing the votes is feasible because the votes have already been placed. It's under lock and key. The headmistress has to count them. I don't think there is a way that we can change those votes. I think competition would be probably the best course of action.
Is there a way we could do two things at once here? Because I'm wondering if Ace would be on board with this too. What if our group did the idea of Portia inviting everybody in the studio? Like Tara could take her around to everybody, and Portia could technically say, hey, would you come to the dance for me or with me, or word it a certain way, but at the same time have the ballots destroyed, which would prompt a count by hand or some other type of means, because there has to be an official count, right? But if the ballots are gone, there is a backup plan.
Yeah.
It's possible. I mean,
It's possible. I mean, if we can get to the ballots,
What do
they
you
can
want
get
to try to
the
do?
ballots.
that's why I
This is the
mentioned
thing, yeah.
Ace. Ace wanted to try to do that because
Yeah,
I know that
I would say keep in mind everyone gets one move in this phase,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So it's
Hades is already
it's-
set. She has to go to Alexander and find out what that deal is and find out whatever she can from him. So
Yeah.
I already know what
It's
Hades
really
is.
how unfocused or focused you want that time to be. to try to make these two things or try to do the one thing. I think anything works, and it all sounds very fun. So,
I like the idea of going around and asking people, "Hey, you want to go to the dance?"
yeah, you've got
Hey.
Tara to help you out with that.
Yeah.
Possibly,
And not
all
even
those villainic-
just say with me, just inviting them to the dance, because
Well, so I think if Portia's saying this,
yeah,
I think Tara's gonna say, "Well, I think that's amazing. Like, be the guest of the queen. Come be the guest of the queen.
Yeah.
Come be guest of the queen." And if we keep doing that, now if she's not the queen, she can't do that. So that's kind of strange.
that's true.
But we work on it, and
Yeah,
she's like, but if we tell everyone, come be a guest of the queen, come be the guest of the queen, and Portia invites them, they'll get into that because they'll go, oh yeah, I'm here, but I'm also a guest. They don't know the stupid rules. No one knows the stupid rules.
Yeah.
So that, yeah,
Well,
let's get that. Whether they all agree to fight
I
is
think,
another thing, but
I think if Portia does that with Tara, Katie goes do that. I think Ellie's going to do something really stupid, so I think I should probably go and stop her from potentially doing something stupid.
That is true.
actually, you would get the sense that if like Ellie does that challenge, the challenge is kind of used up. Like,
yeah.
she's gonna be like, well, now I'm gonna challenge again. Like Moki might be like, whatever. Like, I'm not dealing with this in a negative sense. So, but yeah. So Ace kind of wants to do that. That sounds good to me. Then Katie. If we're agreed on a course of action, sounds like we sort of are, unless we need to talk more about it.
No, I think this is a good plan.
Yeah.
So what's Katie doing?
Katie is going to stay away from Gun and go. Oh, she'll make up something like it's bad luck to see your date before the dance. She'll kind of word it like, yeah, I don't want you to see me until I'm all dressed up and everything. I want it to be like really special. And then she'll go off and try to find Alexander.
Okay, I think that sounds very good.
In fact, I guess the way I could word this is I haven't picked the thing, so she'll kind of hint that maybe it's she really likes something because I think one of the things is he gives her a gift.
Yeah,
So
I believe
maybe
one of the
that
things
could
also,
be-
by the way, is you get to heal the relationship.
I don't think I have to yet.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you right. Perfect. That is an
Yeah.
option. But yeah,
Yeah.
so you're not gonna get this moment, but you're going to use the hold for the gift of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that he
Okay.
stays away and I can take care of this.
You got it. Okay. Perfect. Then Ace, how do you want to go about finding Ellie?
I guess Ace would go in the direction that she went and try and think back on previous books on like how to track people and stuff like that, and try and figure out what size like shoes she wears for footprints and things like that, and tries to track her that way, trying to figure out where she is because she likes the cold, so he's assuming she's outside somewhere.
Okay, go ahead and do a sharp.
All right. That is dice have to stay put. All right. That is 15.
Jeez. Okay.
2 6s and my sharps plus 3.
All right. Perfect. In that case, You rush into the woods after her and find her just inside, heading towards the streams. She has her thick wolf skin coat and hood up, but you find her and catch her easily enough.
Hey, Ellie, stop. Please. Just calm down. Couple moments. Let's just talk this out. There's a plan.
She looks. It's a plan? Plan, but I can take care of this for Portia. She's too important.
You're important too. I'm guessing your plan's going to be sacrifice yourself instead of her. Believe me, I've been there, done that. It's not that much fun.
I'm gonna challenge the king,
Okay.
and we'll see where it goes.
Well, how about this? That's part of the plan, except the other part of the plan is, well, I guess you're probably not going to like this part, but right now Portia's kind of sort of inviting every member of the student body to the dance, so every single person in the student body kind of sort of is going to have to compete in the challenge to defeat the Mole King. Which numbers win, right?
So we're risking the entire student body?
Yes. I think he's going to purposely.
So we went from
behind the tree.
sacrificing 2 girls to sacrificing the entire. Or manipulate somebody.
Oh god. Okay. E. All right. So luck point.
Okay.
Somehow he's dealt with this years in the past.
I think you grab her here. And you explain everything to her, and she nods. Fine. It's interesting how. Well. Seems like we keep digging ourselves in deeper, putting more people at risk. But okay. Let's go back.
And mind you, a challenge doesn't necessarily mean fighting the Mole King. Especially since it's impossible to kill the Mole King unless you somehow get rid of Down altogether. Apparently. Semantics.
And yeah, we'll hold that. And Sha with Tara. You're going from student to student?
Oh, I'm muted. I'm sorry. I would like to cordially invite you as an honorable guest to the dance from the Winter Queen.
Yeah, that's just going, "Oh, hail the queen!"
Oh no.
And hey, and she's moving out and decking you out, reinforcing the idea that you're the queen and all these things, going, "Yep, yep, yep." And like, come on, be your guest. You're gonna be a royal guest. And they're like, okay, and getting all this moving together.
Yes. I have so many important people. You all are my important guests.
Right. So with Tara's help, I'm going to say this is going to be a roll,
Cool.
but it's going to be manipulate somebody.
Mm-hmm.
But you're going to have a total of +3 on it.
I already have a +3.
Oh, yeah, +3?
I already have a +3.
Then I'll go ahead and give you advantage, which means you can roll 3 dice and take the 2 highest.
Woohoo! Okay.
Doesn't Tara have move social cogs?
She doesn't move her cogs, which is why this is possible.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Like she's
All right.
moving the cogs to get her around to everybody. Otherwise, it would be a little more complicated.
Yeah.
She's kind of like going like, getting this so it's a thing.
Six. No, 7.
7. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I rolled 2 1s and a 3.
That's a huge difference. Between a 6 and a 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just like, I rolled 2 1s and a 3, and I have a +3, so that's 7. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, so in that case, yeah, I think that what does Portia do that proves that she means it? What's something, because that's already, you have to prove it to them, show them that she's totally into this.
Flirt with him, Portia.
Portia doesn't flirt. She will curtsy, her best curtsy, in front of everyone that she approaches, regally, kind of, I guess, prostrating herself to them.
Oh, I see. So getting all this
Yeah.
regal thing, and
It would be my honor if you would be the most exalted guest at the dance.
okay. I think. So you mean it?
Promise them all a dance.
I will dance with you. Yes, and I will. Yes, we shall dance. It's going to be a lot of dances. This is going to last for hours. But yes, please dance with me as my one dance as my honored guest.
Okay.
At this ball. I don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think then basically you all promise them some type of favor that's nothing gross, but just all that type of thing. And I think that's how this is gonna go. I think say, "Oh, you may dance, so I'll help you over here." Like you do something for them at the dance. I think it works out really, really well.
I will get you to be able to dance with that one girl or one guy that I know you've been eyeing. Yeah. Just one dance. I don't know.
I love it. Yeah. Perfect. In that case, I love it. So yeah. So with that, they're going, okay, we're guests of the queen, and they start to move ahead. Okay. And then Katie, it is your turn as you wanted to move and find Alexander.
Yep.
Easy enough as they are seeing all the cogs move and find one of his trees, and in a few moments he steps out of it.
Alexander?
Katie, yes. what it is.
I've been having some progress. There's some information I need though.
Okay.
I need to know, how did you become in debt to the Mole King?
A young boy. I wanted to be. Actually, for this, you're going to roll investigate a mystery. I think 'cause there would be some stuff about the mystery.
Investigate a mystery. Joy.
But I think because this is dealing with someone, I will let you do charm
Okay.
if you want, just because I know that's stronger, and they're your ally. You've been doing a lot of that stuff with this person, so.
Oh, okay. That is a 12.
Okay. So you can basically get the 2. So how did this come to be? I think that's fair enough. And it's within that. Yes, a young boy. Years ago was at my forest and in Russia. He ran away from his parents, and I promised that I would see him back safely. All he had to do was take my seeds with him. I gave him a pine cone, and when he came here, while running through the woods, it fell from his pocket. I began to implant in this forest, or my trees did, and thus I was here, but apparently that was on another person's territory. Another forest spirit here, who complained to the Mole King that I could no longer go to any forest where my trees were. I must be here since I dared infringe on another's territory.
There was another question, wasn't there?
Can't another one.
I mean, that the group came up with before the break.
Oh.
How did he come to the conclusion that he wasn't taking Portia, but
Oh, right. So I've spoken to Portia. She was under the impression she was offering herself. But when I spoke to you, you said the Mole King very specifically said by law that he would marry the Winter Queen. And even though, I mean, those are technically the same thing, those are different wordings. I was just curious, did you tell him the Winter King, or did you tell him Portia?
I told him that I had talked to the Winter Queen herself, and that she agreed to marry him.
You never mentioned her name?
No.
Okay. This boy with the pine cone, what was his name?
Ace.
Ace?
Yes.
Have you seen this person recently?
I mean, yes. He planted it here the start of the school year. That's when
Oh,
it fell from his pocket during a race or something. And thus I am here.
wait. You mean you gave him the pine cone,
Hmm.
and he knew that you gave him the pine cone?
Oh, his parents would have understood that. It was more of a implanted promise.
Oh, so you spoke to his parents?
No.
No.
Well, it was between me and him when he was very young. Got lost.
Oh,
And I asked him to take this with him and allow it to be in the ground somewhere. And he said, okay. And thus, things were set in motion. What he knew about it, I'm not entirely sure. He was a young man. Little thing.
and he's had this pine cone this whole time until this year?
I assume. I'm not that connected to the seeds. It's when they go to a tree that I am less connected.
Okay. Well, that helps. I'm going to go back and continue working.
Okay.
And she will kind of disappear in the wind and reappear at the school. And, yeah. Realizes that she probably has to go get ready.
As you go about, you do see Gun appear, comes and walks down the path.
One.
Katie, I have a question.
Yes.
Am I the only one you're going with the dance tonight?
I haven't been asked since Trevor.
I will be clear. I will not be even. You have figured out I am not like everyone else. I am not interested. I am not interested in challenging Portia to be your date. Either I am the one you wish to be there with you, or you do not invite me.
Well, hold on. Wait a minute. Gun. Look. I am going out on a limb for you to make sure that somehow there is a Winter Queen. But Portia's my friend.
And you have made your choice, and that is okay. I was looking forward to the dance.
You're not going?
Not if you're going with Portia.
Portia has not asked Katie.
This is correct, but he knows that Portia was asking everybody.
Yeah, and Portia would not ask Katie because she knows that her and Gunn are like.
Yeah. So he's asking Katie. So
I just wanted to make sure that I think Katie would know that about Portia, that she would not.
okay, you think Portia might have made that clear to Katie?
Yeah, I think that Portia
Okay.
would make that clear to Katie that she would not be asking her because she knows how important Gunn is to Katie, if that makes any sense.
You understand the Mole King has certain things. We talked about this. I am not. I have certain things as well. This is simply a fact of a matter. I do not wish to put any barriers or walls.
Well, for your information, Gun, no one has asked me other than you,
I know. That's why I asked you. Asked you a question.
and I answered it.
So you are not going with Portia.
I can't believe I actually have to answer this, but no, Gun, I'm not going with Portia.
Okay.
But you know, Gun, I need you to understand something.
Yes.
Friends may not matter to you, but they do matter to me. They matter to me just like having a Winter Queen matters to you. Okay, because I have spent most of my life without anyone. And when I came here, people like Portia and Ace, they took me in. They were family, and they've always treated me like family. And I would bend over backwards to save them if I had to. And it's insulting for you to come up to me and just, after everything I've already told you, and after everything
Brigitte goes, yes. Then looks at you. I understand how important your friends are to you, Katie. And I don't want you to give them up or anything along these lines at all. It is because they are so important to you that I came to you. Because I don't lose challenges. And I didn't want to put your friend in front of me.
well, you could have led with that.
That's true. I apologize for that one. That's on me.
So why are we fighting?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Time for makeup kisses.
Okay.
Katie
You jumped-
drags Gun
So
into
maybe I
it.
jumped to conclusion, then you jumped that I was trying to be possessive.
Well, maybe I did.
And-
And maybe now I need to go get ready. I will see you later.
Right. And I will give you your gift then. And because I care about you.
I care about you more.
Hey, Split.
Oh, would one of you just hang up?
All right.
That was funny.
Perfect. And in that case, let's see here. Yeah, I believe we are ready for the dance. Anything. So I think anything that we need to know about before we transition to that area.
Yes. I think Ace would run up and he's like, I thought of a backup plan. Don't ask Terrence. But even though Terrence is going to hate me, ask me. I have a great idea for a challenge.
Oh, okay. You have a great idea. What? Okay,
Well, we have to challenge him to something.
Yeah.
So And if we're asking the whole school, why not ask him what the school is known for? And make him make it whoever is able to win a hockey match.
So
Yeah.
you want a hockey match in the middle of the dance?
Yes.
So
Well,
interesting
actually,
thing.
not
You're
in
all,
the middle of the dance. On
it
the
is in the hockey rink that's been covered with a dance
Oh
floor.
shit!
yeah. No, I was actually going to say because the lake is, or the ocean, a lot of the ocean's frozen over right now.
Okay, so you want to have a hockey match out in the freezing cold on the frozen ocean where it's not been I'm so confused.
Well, I don't know. It was a quick idea. But then again, it's how can everyone win your favor over one person? I guess it has to be more individual.
Probably.
So like a race to the mainland, whoever can be we have to be very specific and like say you have to swim or boat.
Oh
There
no,
and
you
then-
can't swim. It's freezing.
Well, I can. Hopefully.
You're gonna die of hypothermia if you decide to swim. We'll figure it out when it happens. And okay, let's just we got to get ready. We've got to be.
Well, can you at least ask so I can at least have part of this challenge?
Oh, okay, yeah. Ace, would you be my honored guest at the dance?
Well, first he looks at Tara and sees if there's murderous intent in her eyes.
I mean, for this, she's all about it. She's not,
Okay.
She's the one helping her do this.
Yeah.
I know. I just don't want it to come. He just doesn't want it to come back to
He's
bite him, especially since his girlfriend's literally a ninja. And then he says yes.
Cool. I'm gonna go get dressed now. Is Tara, do you know, is there like hair and makeup or anything like that? I don't know how this works. Do we have like stylists, or do I have to do my own hair and makeup?
No. Oh yes. She goes, oh yeah, there's people. Let's go.
Let's go.
Though you do get sort of the end of it, because a lot of people have done it.
That's fine. She does not want to throw up at this moment in time. It's fine.
All right. Perfect. Okay. So. All right. Anything else? So she's getting ready and all that type of stuff. And so in this time, the vote has been officially counted because it was at the lunch feast, and Portia is officially the queen, as far as the queen to be crowned. That has occurred. So, in that case, we will now, moving down this then, yeah. Show you. Cool. Soon, you begin to meet. The students are gathered in a long line outside the doors to what is usually the hockey rink. And after a little bit of time, show up. Ellie is your escort, Tara and Ace, and of course, Katie and Gunn. And The music strikes up as there is a moment of silence as the doors open and everyone walks into this beautiful place. The band plays. It immediately sets the tone as the kids nod and come in and kind of rock their heads, seeing the mass amounts of food, a true feast laid out, attendants putting themselves forward, and the dance floor open up as music fills and everyone is partnering up and having a bunch of fun. It is not the true first dance yet, but it is the welcoming and almost like a showpiece of the band, kind of giving a mini concert beforehand here as they're moving through it. And I'm doing close approximations because I can't play their music on the stream.
Yeah.
I'm gonna close like you do. So they are having fun with it, and a few things we do see is that arriving so on the roof of the school we see a good amount of yellownecks upon the roof as black helicopters land, and we see several people bearing the colors of the school that you all beat in the hockey game having been invited.
Oh.
And at the very top is one that Katie talked to. I'm really just laughing as they look at each other, and some have the notebook with representing the challenge portion. In other words, they might be brewing for a fight. They think it could be very fun. They've invited these people from this other school. And they take their hands, put corsages and boutonnieres in their proper place, and begin moving down. In the meantime, there is darkness and nothingness that forms on the bridge of the wood. And all at once, light is back, and we see a pale young man in a tuxedo with a black bow tie. We see a person following them, a young man appearing 5 years old, carrying a pillow that bears 2 rings. And this other young girl in a red dress that bears flower petals. And the 3 of them stop at the gates, and the man yells, "The Winter Queen." Sorry, the man simply says in a whisper, actually. "Winter Queen invited me. Open your gates, old foe." And there is a growling of wolf. As Gun opens up the gate.
He's too early!
Him in. Seems to be in a moment where Katie looks away and Gunn is back at her side. And says, Katie, sort of just before the doors open, I'm so sorry. And he gives you this corsage that is adorned with blood red petunias and what looks like sharp canines. This is for you.
What is it?
It's a corsage.
Well, I mean,
Wear it at dances.
I know that. I just did it. Like, is it? What does it represent?
This is. It represents my blood and teeth are yours.
Okay. So she lets him put that on.
Practically, anything you do is considered magic for the purposes of damage as far as fighting while this corsage is on. At least one thing, as you kind of feel the guards as he is your guest, and you both enter in. So, here at the dance, anything? I would say you just have some time before the first dance. Just want to let you all do what control this how you'd like. The crowning.
Katie will go with Gunn to meet up with everybody.
Yeah, Portia is just standing there kind of, I guess, a little, she just seems out of it. She just doesn't know what to feel or think or do right at this second. She's just,
Yeah,
she's got
So
that
just-
1,000-yard stare, I guess.
Yeah, it's a good moment too. You can describe how you think your character looks. Ellie's got you and goes, Portia, it's fine. And Ellie is wearing, again, kind of this leather sweetheart cut dress that comes down and is tied tight around her stomach, giving her form. She holds her hand. We'll figure this out. I'm right next to you.
Portia will nod, and she is wearing a purple gown, very flowy. It's an A-line sweetheart with a black waist cincher corset. Long sleeves. And has a built-in, sort of like a built-in cape that flows from.
Nice.
The back, yeah.
Perfect. Anything else for anybody before things go?
Yeah, Katie's dressed in red, Gunn in black. A nice duet of color ensemble there.
And Gunn Oja and looks at everything, and Tara's walking with you, Ace, as she's looking all around. She does bear her yellow a yellow on her. She's part of the group and starts to tell you, sounds like I think they were trying to make something happen. And looks, and you see that coming out are just like every person you've ever had a beef with from the other school. Coming into here, wearing their colors, proudly bearing it in front of everyone, and with all on the arm of a yellow neck. As one gentleman comes over and says to Tara, apparently you're my date. Sorry, apparently you're my date. And the Alex said that everyone gets one. She goes, what? And Ace is there.
Just so he knows on the rules, since technically how would the challenge work? Could he technically challenge this guy for Terror and then still challenge for Portia, or I don't know if he would know how.
I don't know if you know the full thing, but this type of funness the Yellow Knights have kind of brought it in.
Okay. Well,
it's an interesting, and again, they're kind of saying this. It's possible to resolve it without that right now, as well. So it's kind of this, and it hasn't been the first dance. She even says, "Get lost," like whatever. And So it's up to you if you want to do anything in this moment or just let it go.
Oh, Ace will definitely look at him, and if he doesn't just go with terrorist thing, he will say something. But
he goes away for now, just sort of looks and smiles, as it looks like there are things ripe for issues. And
at that moment, Ace would go ahead and put the corset on Tara that he would have got her, and then also give her a letter that says, well, just in case I decide to do something stupid, this is for you.
Smack you. Don't you dare. All right.
Guys, we need to talk.
Okay, what's up?
I talked to Alexander.
Uh-huh.
Ace. She just kind of hits Ace.
Well, what's that for?
Why didn't you tell me about the pine cone?
I did tell you about the pine cone.
Oh.
It wasn't until
what about
after
the
guy
pine cone?
turned me into a tree, but I figured it out after the word.
Oh.
What?
Well,
What?
that's the guy that was stealing. I told you about that hunt I remembered when I was 8. My parents took me to Russia for the hunt, and then ended up being the thing that they were hunting, and I didn't notice until this year about when, as he was turning me into a tree. So,
But that's why Alexander's stuck here. Because Ace dropped a pine cone out of his pocket. And now Alexander can't get out.
So it's Ace, it's your fault that he's here?
apparently. Well, if it's just the pine cone, why don't we just go and cut down the tree?
It's not that simple, because once the pine cone hit the ground, it started to seep into the ground and started to grow here. And then somebody told the Mole King about it, and the Mole King got mad, and so he's cursed Alexander to stay here.
Hey, I was told to plant it somewhere someday, so I planned it somewhere someday.
Why did you
How
put
was
it
I
in your
supposed to-
pocket? I mean, why didn't you put it in like a bag, or, like zip it up?
It was a pine cone 8 years ago. How was I supposed to know it was still any good?
Why do you still have a pine cone from 6 or 8 years ago in your pocket, Ace?
That's a good question.
It wasn't in my pocket, it was in my bag. And you guys all know how much stuff I keep in my bag.
Oh,
Should
to
I
be fair,
remind you about the dress?
no, let's not.
Alexander did say it was a pocket for some reason, so.
Yeah.
And apparently
Okay.
he's lived in your pocket for a very long time, Ace.
That must be embarrassing to think about.
Like, where did
Um,
you keep the pine cone?
It's
On your
and-
dresser?
No, it's the bag.
You just kept them in the bag the whole time?
So you kept this creature captive for a long time and decided to plant him here where he could be trapped for all of eternity. So
Well,
you pretty much enslaved this poor creature.
I didn't really plant it on purpose. It fell out of the bag during the race, okay?
I mean, that's really sad that he's just been stuck in a bag the whole time. I mean, I've been stuck in a room for like years before.
He's the one that gave me the pine cone.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Okay. So that's how Alexander got here. Oh, I also asked him something else.
Mm-hmm.
What else did I ask him? I asked him.
Portia, the queen.
Yes. Okay, I asked him about how the Mole King found out about. Well, apparently Alexander told the Mole King that the Winter Queen offered herself. He never actually mentioned your name.
Okay. Oh, that makes it harder. Well, no. Okay. So we could probably exploit that. Because I didn't offer myself as the Winter Queen. I offered myself as Portia. And he reneged on his word.
Yeah, but now you are the Winter Queen.
Yes, but still. I'm not marrying him as the Winter Queen. I'm marrying him as... I promised to marry him as Portia, not the Winter Queen.
Katie hits you. You're not marrying him at all.
This might actually be a good thing because it's all about technicalities, right? He's expecting to marry the Winter Queen, not Portia.
Right?
No matter if I have this crown or not, I am Portia. He wants the Winter Queen. I'm not willing to give... I did not promise the Winter Queen. I promised Portia.
That's right. And... Okay, so... Winter Queen. There's been, like, lots of Winter Queens before, right?
Mhm.
So, who's to say they're all still around? Maybe he can marry one of the dead ones.
Well, but each year when a new Winter Queen's crowned, the old one's no longer Winter Queen.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh. So you can't, like...
We'd have to get the Winter Queen from last year, who's no longer at the school, to come back and marry him before the first dance, which is when Portia gets crowned.
It's not like a beauty pageant where the former queen gives you the new crown, or...
I don't think that's how it works. I think because we already have the crown.
We have the crown.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
And Homecoming Queen does the same thing, don't they? But not Winter Queen.
I don't know. I never went to homecoming.
I went in the 90s. It was a long time ago.
No, the Winter Queen is something. It is fought and won for and not given. Is kind of the theme of it. So it does not have that type of passing ceremony.
Mm.
Wait a minute. You're the Winter Queen. Can't you, like, make up rules as you go? Can't you say, like, I now am no longer called the Winter Queen?
I mean, I
think you said Gun's there. Gun's a little bit like.
Well,
has
I
to be a Winter
was
Queen.
assuming I took the two of them to
Oh,
the
so
side
never mind then. Never mind then.
yeah.
to have, like, the private combo.
Yeah.
You got it.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think I have, as the Winter Queen, I have to start off as the Winter Queen and I have to end this dance as the Winter Queen.
Okay. Yeah, and Gun's really hung up about there being a Winter Queen. He's, like, really into it.
Yeah. So I think you said, didn't he say something about being? Isn't he like some sort of like law keeper or something of this island?
Yeah, he gave me this. She shows her corsage.
Oh, that's really pretty. That's really pretty. What kind of corsage did I get? Did Ellie give me a corsage?
Yes. So she your corsage is made up of what looks like about 100 different white and blue winter flowers.
Oh shit, that's a big ass corsage.
Well, they're very tiny blossoms. but
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
very tiny blossoms, like just the tiniest of ones that like kind of sprout. And you've seen those. She's collected them over a period of time as a few sprout around like the paws of the ice wolf statues.
Oh, okay. Oh,
And it's like she's assembled herself and taken a few over the course of time here.
okay. Yeah. Okay.
Harsh.
yeah.
Well, now that you're the Winter Queen, does that mean the official competitions have to start?
I'm not. I haven't been crowned yet.
Oh,
We got to get crowned and have the first dance, and then the competitions can
yeah.
start. I think.
no, I was going to ask, if you do become Winter Queen, can I borrow the crown tonight?
For
Gun's really into it.
you know what? After I'm done with Winter Queen duties and I have to take that crown off, you can use it.
Okay.
All right.
Role play going.
Oh, jeez. The music changes. And the lights go as the headmistress simply says, "It is now time for Portia Brooks to come forth, claim her crown, and begin our dance." And as this occurs, all of you become aware of the three individuals coming into the back. See the pale-skinned young man attended by the two children. He wears this dark thing, and Portia, you can see adorned around the cufflinks and buttons, and sometimes in pattern, just different buttons and metal things, each one roughly in the shape of an eye, iris and pupil.
Why is he here? He's early.
I don't know.
Oh God. Okay, I think I'm gonna throw up, but I've got to get this done.
And you've also got to name a king, right?
Yes. I don't. Who am I gonna name king? Can
Well,
I? Can I name Ellie king?
You can.
Okay.
You know,
Cool.
you would have been able to have determined this beforehand.
All right. Cool.
Yeah. The king doesn't really have any restrictions, just the person who is there. And it's kind
Okay.
of, it doesn't have any like over rituals. It's more of something that's been added on by the modern people.
Makes sense.
That's what you kind of got it rather than
Okay.
older traditions.
She's gonna take a breath, let it out, pull up her big girl panties, and not so elegantly stomp up to the front. Let's get this done.
All right. Then you take the crown and whoop, put it on your head as there is a cheer, and the room gets brighter and then black and then lights once more with torches and firelight that's didn't quite notice before. And around the outside, you can see through some of the windows large bonfires, 7 in particular, are lit around, highlighting the guardians, the wolves of ice. The whole thing lights up.
Well, okay.
Everyone cheers and begin to pair off. And and Mistress goes, now declare your portent for the season based on your flower.
Hope, a new beginning, and love for each other.
Is your hair? And there is the glow, white. And as this occurs, people begin to pair off, and this young man steps, leaving the 2 retainers at the bottom, and quickly moves himself up to you and Ellie. Goes, I would have this dance.
Portia will look at Ellie.
Could Ace step forward at this point to challenge? Yeah, I think
anything, you can tell me how you want to do this. So this is really in your hands, how you want all this to start to go. Want to be aware that we don't want to take action away from what the whole group wants to do. So
Yeah.
just y'all can decide how you'd like to begin to handle these things.
Are you guys good with the challenge going on now, or no?
I think Portia would want to at least speak with this Mole King first.
Well, didn't Katie find out whoever the first dance is danced with is the person that they chose? I thought.
It would be the first dances with the king.
The first dance is with the king, then Portia would say, I need to dance with my king. And Ellie, she would hold her hand out to Ellie.
A bride may not have 2 kings. But enjoy this one. And then cast it aside. And moves themselves back to the back of a hallway.
He's too early. Why is he here? Oh, Ellie, what have I done?
Let's dance!
Let's dance. Please don't let this song stop.
And goes, listen, from here, y'all in charge.
Can I make a roll?
Would you like to?
A monster empathy roll?
Oh, very nice. So, is this on the Mole King?
Yeah.
Okay. I would say just have Katie talk to him through it is what I would say with this a little bit.
Okay.
As you and Gunnar dancing, if you want to go over there, let's just roleplay it out is all. But you could
Okay.
roll to determine what you get or what happens. So
Sure. Yeah, as she's dancing with Gunn, they eventually, I guess, start making their way over there and says to Gunn, well, we should introduce ourselves to,
we're acquainted, but just, I can introduce.
Okay.
May I tell them that you are with me?
Yes.
Thank you. Ulichu, may I introduce you to this young lady who is with me, Katie. Understood and honored. Hello, Katie.
It's an honor to meet you. I've heard a great deal.
It is an honor to meet one that can get Gulnov's gaze.
Well, I'm the fortunate one. Are you enjoying the dance?
Pauses. I have not decided to enjoy or not to just yet.
Well, what might help you enjoy it a little more for the time being? And this is where monster empathy starts coming into play.
Yeah, make this roll.
That's a 12.
Okay.
So I hold 2. I feel like I already know what it desires. What I'm interested in right now is 2 things, both on the list. What would it accept as good enough for now, which is kind of the question she just asked.
Yeah. Really interesting. That Portia there. The Queen. Both the Master of Streams and the Winter Queen. And a fighter in her own right. She is worth 10 of what is here.
That she is. And I do know that pretty soon the 2 of you are going to be a lot closer. But
He fiddles with some of the eye-shaped things on his
Well-
belt.
while you're here, I just thought, as one of her friends, and obviously as I'm with Gunoff here, that I just check in with you and see if there's anything we can do to help the time pass a little more pleasantly for you, so that you don't feel slighted.
Okay. Is another hold or?
This is the same question, really, because she didn't exactly get an answer.
Okay. Well, she is basically saying to get off Portia, you could give him 10 brides.
Oh.
She is worth 10 of what is here.
Okay. 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 All right. In that case, I'll rephrase what I'm asking.
You got it.
Tell me, obviously you've had a lot of brides. I love your collection. Do you get to know all of them? Do they stay with you? And she's kind of trying to figure out what would distract him from bothering Portia for the moment.
Interesting. For the moment, so not to leave, but just to
No, she knows
not
she
to
can't
talk to
convince
her
him to do
tonight.
that.
Okay. Okay, cool.
But just so that he doesn't cause a scene, and so that Portia has a moment with Ellie. And
Yeah. Oh, indeed. In fact, I make sure to preserve them before they're in their prime. Some get to, some walk. Those that begin to fade, I sever their head. I keep them near me forever, young and beautiful.
I used to be immortal. I used to sever my hands. Tell me more. And so she just kind of is making small talk with him while, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say. Well, you've actually figured out. So, making him answer things is very distracting. There is this contemplation, and you've kind of been introduced. So you kind of figure out you've kind of been introduced here. So there is a little bit of a compulsion where, because you're with Gun, he needs to respect you and talk to you.
Gotcha.
And because his word is law, he's very careful of how he words things. So he has to concentrate on how he phrases such things.
Okay.
So it is a way to keep him engaged in something.
Okay. So she'll continue to distract him while the other two do whatever they need to do.
Okay.
Oh, Portia is having this dance with Ellie, and I guess there would be like a tear running down her face, because either this is going to go how she wants, or it's going to go really, really bad, and she's scared.
I know you are scared, Portia, but whatever happens, I'm with you.
I know. I'm just God, why am I so stupid? It's just
You're much bigger than your head.
yeah, one of these days I'm gonna get that impulse control.
We're trying to save
Problem.
everybody, and I almost went and challenged that thing by myself. This is going to be interesting.
It is.
Don't even know what I brought my things, but I don't even know what to try to cast. He's a fact.
Yeah, it's a fact. There are several facts that we do know. And I'm gonna try to exploit those facts.
Best we can hope for.
Yeah. Mm. She'll cup Ellie's face, and she'll give her a kiss.
She returns.
And I still have other people I need to dance with.
Yeah, this would be the first dance, but it is all this. All right. Ace, anything before we kind of the first dance ends and it's a little bit more free to do what you all like to do?
From looking at the Mole King, he's going to be dancing with Sarah, but at the same time thinking back on the books and trying to figure out using the hold to try and figure out what is being concealed here now with him, since he's actually here.
Yeah, I like that. So you have the hold. Yeah, you're just trying to look and understand what is happening. I think occurs to you that Portia did not make an agreement with the Mole King. has made an agreement with Alexander to marry the Mole King. At the same point, breaking your word in front of the Mole King literally could kill you, regardless of who you promised. He represents the attack, but also that, like anything, words are malleable. So a case would have to be made for anyone to kind of bring that up, potentially. Almost like a lawyer or such things. And so that while things seem absolute, there are ways, because language is malleable, language is interpretive, there are ways to potentially make an argument if could find something that's reasonable. But then one might argue against. And that also would mean that Alexander can release Portia from the agreement should he so choose, if he no longer had a reason to have to do something to the Mole King. You're just kind of pushing all these things together. You just know Alexander can't be in the room because Katie agreed that he can't enter the scroll grounds. But I think those are just some of the, as you're like piecing this together, seeing them in the room, seeing them even having to talk to Katie probably because of agreements, like just how some of this can work. It's all options. And I think then with that, the first dance kind of breaks and something a little bit more fun begins to play. As I think other people like to take their turns with Portia and are allowed to like swing her around a little bit and kind of each get their dance. For the most part, no one's usually trying to take advantage of a lot of your stuff, but just having fun. Like, I dance with the queen and someone takes a picture with like the cameras and like they're all going to be able to send home a picture to their parents that they danced with the queen or had a moment there. It's kind of this type of thing that's kind of fun. They're having fun with your royal proclamation.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Based on what I just learned about what's distracting him, about why he speaks so slowly and he's careful with his words, is it reasonable to suggest that Katie could attempt to manipulate the Mole King into feeling jealous, and that emotion might make him say or do something?
I think we have to play that out. Let's play it out.
Okay.
I think. Yeah. Obviously, the biggest thing is that this is a being that can decide they are not jealous.
Right.
Like, they have this intense power. Is the only thing I'd say with that. Like, it would have to be a way where it would be very difficult. Because the point just
I
says,
guess
like,
I
are
would-
you jealous? I am not jealous. They're simply not jealous.
Right. And I wasn't sure how that worked with my dark desire ability.
Yeah. It would depend on what you're trying to do. I think,
Okay.
with this character.
And I think she's just using what she just learned about how careful he is with his words to kind of test the waters a bit and see if he becomes a little less careful.
Sure.
And so how she would word this is, as the music changes, I would imagine the group of them there together kind of look over and see the dancing taking place. And she kind of nudges Gunn a little bit and says, you know, Gunn, you should, you've probably learned a little bit of patience with, the way the Mole King lets his girl dance with everyone. It doesn't seem to bother him at all.
You may dance with whoever wishes. I just asked that I was your
I know.
date.
I'm just teasing you, Gunn.
Ah. Haha.
Did that have any effect on the Mole King?
I see what you're trying to do. It doesn't seem to.
Okay.
Get the impression that she's not his until he marries her. Like, this is not... And potentially even ask for the dance out of what he thought was like the right thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
And that thus rebuffed was fine. But you might have been able to pick up on the idea of him having a problem with multiple kings, specifically the title king.
Okay. Multiple kings.
As a side note, everyone, this is a good opportunity. Anything you want to have fun at the dance, these are ways to include the fun at the dance into this. Like, you get to manipulate those pieces. As I want to try to do this through this and these types of things. So you add these events here through what you attempt to do. Oh. But go ahead. Is this Katie or anybody else?
Oh yeah, I mean, the other thing Katie might say is something to the effect of, looks like there are a lot of kings at this dance, or something just along those lines. But if there's no bait there, I think she's going to go with gun back to the dance floor.
I might just go, as long as I am her king. Mm.
Oh, I'm sure of it. I think she's purposely answering it that way.
Go ahead and give me a manipulate with the desire. Let's do this thing happening.
Oh, that looks good. 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 That's a 10.
Okay. A 10. What do you get?
I don't think that unlocks my major ability, does it?
Yeah, no, 12 is the advance.
Yeah, okay, so 10. Of course I don't have it pulled up. Why would I have it pulled up?
Why am I looking at my playbook?
Where is it? I'm always in the wrong section. Oh, there it is. Okay. It says, on a 10, they'll do it for the reason you... Oh, that's the normal person. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. On a 10, they'll do it for the reason you gave them. If you ask too much, they'll tell you the minimum it would take. That's more of a trying to persuade, according to this.
Yeah, so trying to persuade them to do something.
Yeah, and I mean, she didn't actually say words like that, but I think her intent was to get him a little flustered. Which maybe there's no way he'll become flustered, like you said. So,
okay. Fair enough. I think with that, then, if there's a moment where you think you could move them to something, you might be able to, depending on it, then. Because I don't want to sort of throw away the thing.
So she goes and dances with Gun.
All right.
And Portia is she's dancing. She's not even paying the Mole King any mind. She's not looked at him every time she's like, her thing is she is pretending that he doesn't even exist at this moment.
Okay. Is there anything you're trying to have happen because of that?
Okay. Okay. So, would it be possible for her to like would that, I'm trying to figure out how I want to phrase this. Hold on. She's trying to get him to do something because she made the promise with Alexander that this dance had to go off without a hitch, and she's trying to get them. She thinks that if she can ignore him, like cold shoulder everything, the Mole King, that he might try and do something that would break that promise.
I understand. Okay. Interesting. I would think this is act under pressure.
Under pressure.
So that's you roll your cool. Unless you have other things that you have taken, because there's a lot of features you could take.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. God. I am not cool at all. I'll try and roll cool and pray. Or could that be like manipulate someone?
So you can't manipulate a monster. Only Katie can do
Okay. Okay.
that. Unfortunately.
Yeah, alright. Yeah, that's a 7.
A 7.
Yeah.
Okay. And then he sits here with a 7. He simply goes, she will dance. Actually comes up to you and says, you will dance with no one but me. And no one but me will dance with you. And immediately everyone just goes, huh, and leaves you. And Allie, I gotta go get you water. You're alone with him. And you feel yourself compelled to take his hand. And your feet begin to move and dance. Very nice. My soon-to-be bride.
Who are you wanting to marry?
You, of course.
Who am I?
You are the Winter Queen. You are Portia. You are the one in charge of the streams.
Who did I promise? Who promised to marry you?
You did. To Alexander.
But was it the Winter Queen that promised?
You are the Winter Queen.
But the Winter Queen didn't promise.
So, when he says you are the Winter Queen, you feel a change in yourself. and a coldness. And you're almost as if you've always been the Winter Queen. It is what you are and who you are. Because his word is law.
Yeah.
And so you get the impression here that this is going to be very difficult based just that. It's almost like the concept of a president can't commit treason by sharing classified information because once he shares it, it's not classified.
Yeah.
Right? So it's sort of this type of idea. It's like to try to catch that is very difficult.
Gotcha. I am the Winter Queen. That is who I am.
Yes.
So I'm no longer Portia, and Portia's the one that agreed to marry you.
He had said you are Portia, you are the Winter Queen, you are the
Damn it! I'm trying here.
I know Ryan. He's, as I say, he's very careful with what he says.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Can you just promise me something?
Doesn't respond, but seems to be listening.
Promise to let Alexander go and to leave this island be.
Pink looks and doesn't answer. I don't think they're going to answer this signal. He gets, it depends what you want to do here, because you can actually you do rolls if you want to investigate mysteries from any of this. But you are talking to, he doesn't seem to want to answer that question or give you an answer.
If you're not going to answer me, then you need to keep on the promise that that the wedding doesn't happen until the end of the dance. Let me have my time with my friends.
I think here, because so he's doing this with you because of another thing. So I think what you'd have to do here is go ahead and do another act under pressure. Try to just get a little bit of extra time where he's going to let you out of his grasp.
Yeah.
What do you got?
It seems like I'm already doomed, so I'm going to have to use a luck point.
Okay. How many spaces do you have left?
1.
One.
Yeah. I have 2 left. After using this, I'll have 1.
So in this, you are essentially nearly fully given into the darkest pieces of yourself.
Yeah.
And I think seeing this selfishness, this No dancing. And he releases you and moves to the back of the room. He asked him to promise, so he said, and since you spent your luck, the last dance we marry.
Well, he just screwed up.
She rolled 12 on her cool.
I know. And he just screwed up.
And her impulse control is coming out really hard right now. And she is going to be like, she's not going to dance with anybody. But I think she is going to have one last moment with Ellie, and she's going to pull her to the bathroom.
Okay. She comes with you.
And you guys won't see them for a while.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Gotcha. All right. What's everyone else trying to do here?
Was there any chance I heard any of that?
Oof.
The only reason I ask is I'm the only person, along with Gunn, who was not an invitee of the Queen.
Correct.
He doesn't see me as a threat.
I think I would say roll act under pressure to see if you could get into that.
I'm spinning a luck.
Okay. So what do you do? Because I think if like in this, you basically need to snub a gun in some way to get close to this.
So it probably is just very obvious to Gunn that she is paying more attention to what's going on over there than to him. But like when he's trying to talk, she like shushes him.
Yeah, and I think he eventually you meddle with things that are not to be meddled in. And I think it goes along with you, but he kind of gets that stare off.
Okay. Is Tara anywhere nearby, or any of the Yellownecks nearby, or any of those people near me?
You can get it's easy enough. It's a dance. I mean, depending on what you want to do.
Yeah. I'm gonna go up to.
I think Tara and Ace are dancing together. I'm assuming.
Yeah, so I'll have to go to one of the other ones. I'll go to the one I spoke to earlier. Hey, how's your plan going?
Oh, we got all of them. They all have blood out for Ace. Should be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, my plan's not going so well. Any chance I can see that book again?
I mean, it's back in the room.
Okay. I'm going to disappear a minute and go check something out. I'll be right back.
Okay. So I think if you're going to go to the book, you can definitely do this. The book will, to make that decision, is going to mean you'd have to get back as the last dance starts or just before the last dance starts.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Anything else anyone is doing?
Ace is going to constantly look around and attempt to see if there's any signs or anything that is going to go on and try and read the situation in a whole, just trying to run all the possibilities through his head to avoid the marriage and also to try and figure out for the challenge.
Okay, so do a bad situation. And remember, but kind of what Ace figured out then is there's ways, again, what a lot of you figured out is there's ways to make an argument. And I think that's kind of what you might come on to here. But, yeah, go ahead and roll sharp for read a bad situation.
And I do have advanced read a bad situation because I rolled a 12.
Nice. You can ask Keeper any question you want about the situation, not just the listed ones. So I'm going to interpret that you can ask me any 3 questions.
All right. Oh, 3 on. Oh, wow. Okay. Seeing it go cold and everything is if reading it, trying to read the Mole King and everything around and reading the school and everything like that is, would it be like extremely detrimental to the balance of like everything if Portia were to go through and marry this person? Because I know like the
Yeah, I think looking through this, Portia marrying this person would give them a large amount of power. An influence, I guess. So you don't think it would be like this way where it would release ones or anything along those lines, right? It wouldn't be one of those deals, but they would have access to the streams. They would have access to certain things. And so, whereas the Mo King previously, in one way, probably could not determine what mortal had magic depending on the island, he would be able to do that now. And you also get that it's not just even just the Winter Queen. Like, the power of the Winter Queen is very good, but the idea that is Portia. Portia was, her family was not allowed here. Was not allowed to be put in danger to these entities for years. And she has been now. And the reason for that is possibly becoming apparent.
I think while he's looking at that, he was happening to twirl Terra, and then like what was supposed to be like 1 twirl ended up going in like 10 while he just faces off, and then he has to catch her like, oh, sorry.
Sorry, you're strong. All right, you have 2 more questions.
So reading the situation, would it Must the dance? No, that wouldn't work.
You can save your holds too if you want, but it's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for now I'll save the holds.
All right. So then I think, Katie, what are you doing?
Well, Katie already has one argument to use against the king based on what just happened. But she grabs the book, and on her way back, she will investigate the book to just hold. She's not going to ask any questions right now, just to see if she can get any questions out of this.
Okay.
So I'll just roll the dice. And that is a 7 for investigate a mystery.
Okay, so I think that's hold 1.
Yeah, so I'll hold 1. So yeah, she would come back to the dance.
Okay. Then I think there's time with Portia and Ellie. There's the dancing. There are events. There's things like the chicken dance and dance competitions. So I would say anything before the last. I mean, the last dance is on its way. So before Katie arrives, I guess, is there anything? But I don't think there is. Unless Portia, it would be that. I guess everyone got to make a move, but you kind of got one. You see
Yeah,
what
I
you
gotta
want to do.
go.
Okay.
No, it's fine. She would, after she was done with her time in the bathroom with Ellie,
Yeah.
coming back out looking a little bit more disheveled, straightening out her hair and her clothes and everything like that. She would go up to Ace, because she really thinks that this is going to happen, and she's kind of just, I don't know, what is it? What's the word I'm looking at? She's kind of she feels like this is what's going to happen, and there's nothing else she can do about it, and she has prepared herself, and she'll go up to Ace and Tara. Hey guys.
Hey.
Is everything all right with your hair?
Oh, yeah. You know,
Tara, not missing a beat, takes a brush out and just begins brushing your hair.
Thank you. Yeah. You guys look great tonight.
Portia. By the way, so you know how everything that happens with that is like the law?
Yeah.
Like he's very... So technically, you agreed to a marriage with him.
Mm-hmm.
But you didn't say you would be married to him, so what if it's like a fake wedding, like in a play that has no real power?
I think the second that if it's a wedding, there's always an objection, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, like
But-
there's always a anyone object to the marriage of this couple, speak now, forever hold your peace, you know, that sort of thing. And if there's an objection, the wedding can't go through.
Well, can't he just say no one's allowed to object?
That's if he knows about the objection part. I don't know if he knows. Has he ever had a human wedding?
Well, have you ever had a whatever he is wedding?
No.
I mean, who knows that's not what that is?
I mean,
Well, can we at least try the challenge thing first?
if you want to
maybe-
challenge him, you better do it now.
Alright.
Well, whoever needs to do it now if they want to challenge him.
I think with that, I think it's a good time for Katie to re-enter, and it sounds like we're getting to this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, Katie.
I do want to remind a few things here, just so that you know that there's this thing with Ulichu, but Katie, you have your own thing that you must. That essentially, Alexander, if Alexander's imprisoned, and Ulichu doesn't get his bride, you know he was just going to stop abducting women and just giving them to Ulichu. So just keep that in mind, because you got these two competing things. And continue.
Okay. So Katie's triggering moment, though, is going to be when the king goes to Portia. Because until that moment, she can't do what she needs to do.
Okay. Interesting. Then. Okay. So I'd say the king begins crossing. Ace, is anything going to do before he gets to Portia?
Yes. Ace will squeeze Portia's hand and say, also, about what I'm about to say, I'm sorry. And
Okay.
he goes up to, and then he does give Tara a kiss too and say, wish me luck. Then remember the letter. And then heads up to, the Mole King and says, and he yells this, under the rules binding the school, there is more than one person that is there with the Winter Queen. Any challengers, please step forward to challenge him, because we all challenge. Well, no. Sad face.
Let's go with it. Go with which one.
We all challenge you, Mole King, to a challenge for Portia's hand, and whoever wins this challenge gets a free date with Portia, gets Portia for the rest of the evening, for the rest of this dance tonight, and one free date afterwards, and
What?
that's why I said he's sorry. And the Tillman Foundation will be giving a generous gift to the winner.
Okay. Roll manipulates somebody. You're manipulating the crowd.
Can I try to help?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure how well this is gonna go, but what do I have to roll for help?
At least a 7, I think, gets something.
Oh, I got a 10 on the dice.
And I think you straight up give him a +1.
Okay.
Oh. Well, then that makes it an 11 with
Okay.
+1.
So with that, Yeah, I'd say as the dancing kind of begins to change here, they go, I challenge, I challenge, I challenge, I challenge. And there's just this huge thing with that. And as far as time wise, Katie's definitely witnessing this. We two here. And Gun moves close to him. Do not forget the rules. Nods. Considers. Name the challenge.
Well, seeing how this is what got me into this, hopefully it's what got us into this. Hopefully this will get us out of it. The challenge is a foot race where you have to... Yes, I know it's really cold outside. Where you must and he pretty much lays down the same parameters that happened at the beginning of the school year. But it's very clear to say it's a foot race.
Mm-hmm.
So you must physically run, and everyone must act within human mortal boundaries.
I am faster than all here.
Well, he said must act within mortal boundaries, though.
Indeed. But now he is faster than everyone here.
Oh, God. Yep.
Then let time pause. And in a moment, the band light freezes. But all those who challenge still move as they look around, and even like someone had like water and it has stopped. So as that the timing does not proceed past the last dance. I don't think anybody's doing.
I think Portia would be frozen.
Katie's
It's true,
triggering
not
event
much.
is if he approaches Portia.
So theoretically here, I think Katie... No, Katie would not be frozen here. So because of Gun. As Gun would be the overseer of this challenge, and Katie is connected to Gun. Katie does not become frozen in time. But he so I'll say H, what is your plan here? Like, is this something you tell me what you want to do, because this is very much up to your deal here. It is again, this being simply is faster can declare a tree not to be there.
Yeah, I mean, I
What
guess
do you want to do?
I guess he was kind of hoping to try and make him go through the woods, because I know a lot of things, like the differences and boundaries tend to stop a lot of things, and then also make him like go through where that cabin woods with all that winter protection was. But I don't know. I mean, it's a long shot I was trying for.
Then I think let's go ahead and resolve this. I think well, okay, so your intention through this is to get him to do this. So I think that yeah, I think start with act under pressure.
All right. Somehow he's read about this in a thing, so he gets to use. He remembers some sort of book about a situation like this, so he can use calm instead of sharp. I mean, sharp instead of cool.
Okay.
And that's an 11.
11. Okay. So yeah, so you go through the books and you just I think that you begin going through all the various promises that are typical among creatures that they say I will not do this and I will not do this if you do this, and making a route in your mind and talking to everybody how they're going to run, knowing that there's some things they cannot do as part of like this challenge. There's even just like kind of challenge rules, and that while they're faster, they come about and they have to stop and take enough turns where very barely the last moment you beat the Mole King in this race. Stares at you. What do you do?
I go over to Portia and I look at the Mole King and say, well, I actually look at Gun, since I think even Ace is able to see that somehow, like, he seems to be like the referee, and say, well, I believe since someone can only have one person invited, everyone else they had invited that isn't with someone else, or everyone else they had invited must leave now? Is that correct, Gun?
So as you're kind of making this case, the Mole King refutes, says all the promises, says all the words. So now I need a sharp roll, and this represents your ability to out language somebody who's very good at language.
All right. He's going to look back through this and remember a time when he had to speak it when he was 5 years old and was in Egypt and had to speak with a sphinx.
Okay.
And gets a 12 on the die with a luck point. Or unless you have where he's spoken to the Mole King before. I don't know.
There you go. Then I cannot marry. A dance I have no invitation to. I leave. And they turn, walk away. Everyone goes, that's a weird person. What is going on? As things kind of wind up. Time. Zone. Anything there, Katie?
Well, I was going to do something, but
I know. It kind of beat you to it. I don't know what else to do, but the dance comes back. The last dance is coming forth. The time when by the end, Kitty was meant to provide rides, or Alexander was going to begin stealing campus. So as this time moves, you see one problem. And I would say they're on their way to leave in case there's anything.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
Hear me now or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was cutting off because of the music.
Oh, yeah, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
What I'm going to say is that the Mo King is beginning to leave. Begun the things to be interacted with if we so choose. I was saying that the by the end of the dance, Alexander's owed brides to give to the Mo King. Or he was so
Yeah.
whatever everybody wants to do.
I'm not sure what you just said.
Alexander was still is still owed brides to the Mole King because the wedding didn't go through at the
Well,
dance.
that's what I was gonna fix, but
So the Mo King's still there if there's something you want to do. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
well, if the Mole King's gone, I can't. So
No,
I didn't
he's
say
still
he's
there.
leaving. I'm saying he's beginning to leave.
He's still there. He's just now leaving.
Right. He's physically taking steps away. So you could step in front of the room, whatever anybody wants to do.
you realize that whole competition was pointless, right?
You're saying to the Mo King?
Yeah.
Potentially. I was challenged, so I accepted.
Why?
Because the rules are the rules.
What rules?
Proclamations and promises.
And what was it that you were planning to win?
Simply the invitation of Portia to the dance.
Which you couldn't,
Okay.
because you made it impossible. You are bound by the letter of the law. Do you remember what you said?
What did I say?
You said that you could not marry Portia until after you were done dancing with her. Right?
Said I would not.
And do you remember what you said right before that?
The moment I told her that there's no dancing for her. Something easily remedied.
Not so easily, actually.
So,
So, I'm going to let you know something. You're going to let Alexander go.
why?
Because if you don't, I'm going to spread the word of how easily your word is the law is on shaky ground. You need a firm foundation to be a king.
I am king.
Yeah, I guess you are. For the moment.
Trying to do this. I think be clear precisely. It's not the workaround. I said no dancing for her. Then I simply declare that there is dancing once more.
Exactly.
Everyone knows this already.
Exactly.
So,
let him go.
why?
Because you are nothing but a string of lies. You change like the wind. And I know a thing or two about the wind. You see this book? And here is where I want to use my hold.
Sure.
Is there anything in this book that I can use to aid me in this moment?
Okay. So looking here. So your intention here is to get to release Alexander. That's where we're going.
To free him.
Right. Correct. To free you. Yeah. We're on the same page. Yeah. I'd say there are things. There's enough in here where you would be able to make a demand of him to show
Okay.
him this. But because of that, but it would be a sharp roll to convince him.
Sure.
Enough things like the challenger must give, or the defeated must give.
So
like,
what I
boon.
say to him, what I kind of say to him in this moment is this. Before that race, I could have sworn you said you were the fastest person in the room. It's almost as if the more laws you make, the less strong those laws are. I spend a luck point. I saved them all. Why not?
Then he looks. Alexander. And in a moment, you are within the woods with him. Alexander is there as well. Your trees are blown by the wind. They will seed elsewhere. No Fae or court has jurisdiction. Once planted, You may be there, but now you are free, and this island is no longer your home. And now your trees wither. See pines throughout the forest die. And in a moment, Alex vanishes. He is free. And on that wind you love so much, his destiny rests.
Well, that's a safer place to be than where he was. And then she turns to Wind and goes back.
Back at the dance, several young men begin throwing up bird bones and feathers. As Alexander's magic exits the world around here. And the last dance begins. And Gunn takes Katie's hand. And has a few tears in his eyes as he says, "Will you dance? Will you dance with me?"
That's why I came back. To be fair, Gunn, I didn't mess with the queen, but you never said anything about messing with the king.
I have no anger for you. You did nothing wrong. But I just see that your heart is so big.
I just wanted to make sure all the people who have helped got what they needed. And now that that's over, I am completely here.
This world is born of blood and bone and sacrifice. Until the day comes, I'm glad we're together, but one day you will throw me away.
You know, you keep saying that, but I have it on good authority that for the next couple of weeks, it's just going to be you and me, and you're going to be seeing things very differently.
Really well. And then dances. And what does everyone want to do for the last scene, what they see at the dance?
I think Ace and Portia have to dance the last dance together because Ace won the one.
I think so. I think for fun, Tara's dancing with Ellie.
That's fine.
I think they're just, it is laughter. It is nothing like a,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. So Ace,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Where are you going to take me? You owe me a date. It's weird, but you still owe me a date.
You're actually going to hold me to that?
100,000%.
I'm sure I'll make it worth your while.
Good. We should. We're cousins. We shouldn't have such a huge rift in our family.
No, we shouldn't.
And I think us getting together and building a familial relationship is a good thing.
I agree.
Maybe we can get our parents to stop with the weirdness and the, I don't know, the cold shoulders. We can figure it out. But I want some really good food. You know that, right?
Yeah. Well, I didn't say it couldn't be a triple date, and
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
and everyone goes to Paris or something.
Everyone, ooh, Paris. That'd be fun. Paris would be fun. I think we should all go to, like, after, like, during spring break or something like that. We go to Paris. Who knows? Maybe we'll find a werewolf or two.
Well, I'm now slowly starting to prefer terror to werewolves. Always and forever.
Oh, that's good.
I think Katie sees the art teacher at the punch stand and just kind of waves at them real quick. I imagine that they probably just like take off or just like run.
Yeah.
And then I
Yeah.
I kind of picture that they run into somebody and like bump into them, and there's just this this girl there who has smuggled in her iPhone, and she is just standing there like, oh, really? Seriously? There's no reception out here at all. This school sucks. She just kind of walks off.
Another girl with fox ears on her head, just like, hold on, wait a second, Clarissa.
I'm freaking out. Okay.
No,
Freaking out.
I know, but this was such a cool thing. It's like we had such a cool time. Like, did you not see what happened? That was so amazing.
All I saw was, I barely got any footage of the thing. Mini Crips has lower viewer counts than ever. We should have never gone to a school that didn't have internet access.
I know. Okay, maybe we can talk to our parents later.
Oh, they are taking us home.
Yes, 100%.
Two individuals, a man in a charcoal gray suit and a headmistress. Our university and your school, university and our school, next semester then. You see our students do well? Yes, the headmistress says. Yes, Mr. Seth. Maybe a joint semester for the spring. And that is where we will end. All right, anyone watching, you saw the end, and we're going to get off. And thanks for joining us for the finale of our Monster of the Week. As there might be more semesters, but the current threat is done. And we'll still see if graduation occurs some other time. So, everyone, thank you so much. And we are going to be off of this time for a little bit until if we get something else moving. If you go to startplaying.game/gm/GMBalo, be on the lookout. There might be a Blades in the Dark coming in at some point as well, but we shall see. Bye-bye.